Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. What's up, Box of Science? Margot. Who the hell is Margot? What are we talking about today? We honoring our grandmas. We're honoring our mothers today and our grandmas. Are you on Twitter as well? Yes, Darvin Osiris. Yeah, Darvin Osiris on all platforms. What do you mean? All right. What's up, Sidonian Snow? All right, let me let people know I'm live. Probably share the live out. Who's in the thing? Who was in the request? What's up, Moo? Oh, I'll accept the guest up in a little bit. Let's see. What's up, Unicorn? Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. My bad. It's taking me like 2 months to I was at 46,000 followers on here. It's been long enough for me to grow 1,000 followers, right? It's like, whoa, not hold on, about 2,000 actually. So like 1,000 per month. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. That's not bad growth. Having almost 2,000 followers in 2 months. All right, happy Mother's Day. Shout out to all the matriarchs that have told us that has helped us on this journey. Most of our American Indian tribes are matrilineal, so kinship is passed down and bestowed amongst the mother, things like that. So just want to give that shout out. Special live today. And shout, yeah, happy Mother's Day, all the mothers out there. Facts. Uh, but y'all, peace. What's up, Winston? What's up, Winston? Which I've been on live, been on live that consistently. Was or is still, honestly, the realest engine. For sure. Yeah, both. I know what, but historically, just historically speaking, how am I doing? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. I was just hanging out with my mom for a bit. What is lately with like saying there in digital America? It's curious. We listen to our matriarchs. You see the page, you see the title up here. It's not even a question. You see it. So yeah. What's up, Sukla? We got Sukla in the building. Thank you for the shell. Thank you for the shell energy. They delusional. That's why. Radina, Blackfoot. Yeah. All righty. What's up? Mind your business. We're delusional. Y'all always say we're delusional, but y'all can't name no tribes past east of the Mississippi. Y'all don't even know about other tribes, but y'all say we're delusional. All righty then. Y'all not from the areas we from. Yeah, I guess so. Ain't nobody guess so. Y'all not from the same places we from. Y'all don't know our history here. So let's is a you're from Africa. Mother's Day is a colonizer holiday. Mother's Day is a colonized. It was started in Philadelphia, actually. What's up, KJ? Mother's Day was started in Philadelphia. I was just in Philly. like last month. And I gotta post it. I gotta post that picture. I'm gonna post it. It's on my phone, but Mother's Day was starting in Philadelphia. For those that didn't know, right? Probably should have posted it before I got on live, but it's whatever. It's whatever. Y'all are from Africa. What part? What part of Africa are you from? Like, what do y'all think that does? That doesn't do anything. That y'all from Africa stuff. Like y'all just say we from it. Like, okay, y'all from Africa. All right, prove it then. Y'all think y'all can just say y'all from Africa is to death, and we'll just admit like, all right, we're from Africa because you said so. Like all this because I said so shit, ain't it? All this because I said so shit, ain't it? Y'all ain't no authority over us. Y'all not the BIA, right? What do you identify as? American Indian. I'm American. Like y'all not us. I'm about to start taking folks up. Darby, you unblocked me. Venus blocked me yesterday. Who's that? Oh, you're Sam. Sam? I'll get to that later. At all. All right, hold on. I'll get to that when I get the chance. Always want to be YT. No, don't nobody want to be YT. Like, stop that. Y'all want to be YT. Can y'all stop projecting onto us? Can y'all stop projecting on us? What y'all want to be? Y'all want to be YT, not us. Congratulations, Darby. Winning bronze for your first competition is very impressive. Appreciate that. Because everything y'all regurgitate comes from YT people. So how do we want to be YT? We're not even following a YT narrative. Can't name a YT person that said we were Indians. Name one. Oh, DYT. All right, DYT like a motherfucker, man. But yeah, I'm about to invite people up. Y'all can come up now.
You're a wild boy, you're pretending.
Hello. LOL, what's up?
Yo, what's up, family?
Not much. I'm just showing me honoring the matriarchs with this one today. So
Facts. My grandma said I was an Indian too.
mhm. Y'all gotta have some profile. I'm not gonna lie, y'all gotta have profile pictures when y'all come up here. I don't care if it's a goddamn cartoon or whatever. Ain't no TikTok eggs come up here.
Dang.
Like, get a profile picture, man.
Well, I'll try to get a I have my profile picture of me.
No, I'm not talking about y'all. I'm talking about like the blanks. I'm talking about like the blank that ain't got nothing. Not a picture, nothing. All right, what's up? Wayne's? What's going on?
Not much, man. I just swung past. I seen the guys talking around.
Yo.
Somebody got echo. What's up?
Stuff like that.
But go ahead. What you saying, Wayne's? What's up, Groovy?
Yeah, I was just swinging past FYP and seeing this conversation. I've seen it around a few times actually. I'm just trying to get a grip onto what you guys are actually like saying.
All right, first, where you from?
Originally from Aotearoa.
Okay. Where's that?
You call it New Zealand.
No, okay, all right, cool. New Zealand. New Zealand. Are you still in New Zealand?
No, I'm just in Australia.
Australia. All right, cool. Mm. So are there any people that's from your tribe that's dark skinned?
Yeah, a lot.
Okay. Okay, yeah. So basically what we're saying, we're the descendants of the dark skinned indigenous people in America.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
So yeah, I've seen this discussion a few times. And I'm just trying to figure out like how it all works for you guys, because like it's different for us, and
Mhm.
like how far do you guys go back, and do you guys have a creation story?
Yeah. So it depends, like different tribes have different creation stories and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
correct.
Because
I
me
believe so.
personally, my folks are documented
Oh,
like
nice.
on record, like 1400s, basically. And then past that, due to archaeology, like in the BC times, like
Yeah,
6500 BC for one tribe, 12,000 BC for another, So,
yeah, and that's before Columbus, correct?
yeah, of course.
Yeah, because like my people, we were trading with the Americas 650 years before Columbus landed.
Nice. Nice.
So
You
we were
see,
probably trading with you guys.
yeah, for sure. And I've heard like, people in the Pacific having connections with people like South tribes in South America and
Yeah,
stuff like
correct.
that. Yeah, so
Do you guys have like boundaries and languages?
boundaries and languages.
Yeah,
So the way the way we speak English, like our what people consider quote unquote AVE, or King's English and stuff like that. The way we speak English is influenced by the indigenous dialects here in the Americas. We descend from type. That's a language folks have.
okay.
What else? Um, the indigenous languages such as Muskogee, Algonquin,
Right.
Haudenosaunee, things like that. So,
Awesome. I like that.
yep, for sure. What kind of practice, like, and we still practice the culture too. Like we still practice the culture too in our what people consider cookouts, family reunions. Those are powwows. What they do is called powwows today. Those
Yeah,
are
correct.
family reunions, cookouts, barbecues, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just one example.
Trail rides, all that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
So in your country, how fast can you go back?
Me personally, I got paperwork 1400s.
And after that,
After that, and it goes down to archaeology and like historical document, like what the tribes say orally. So
yeah, that's
yeah,
correct. That works for
yeah.
us. That's amazing, bro.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. How far do your people go back, Wayne's?
I can go back about 1,000 years. I can go back 70 generations.
70 generations. That's amazing.
You're correct. It goes to a certain point, and then it goes oral.
Yep.
We have a creation story. We have boundaries. We have languages. We have certain names for certain gods, stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I know one of my tribes, their creation story comes from the Pleiades star system.
Yeah,
Like the
same as
seven.
ours.
Yeah. Oh, see, there. Yep. Our folks call it like seven dancers, seven sisters, and
What's
stuff
up,
like
bro?
that. What's up, Ronald?
Yeah, I like your life, but I like reality. You know what I mean?
What you mean? Where are you from, Ronald?
I'm in Florida, bro.
You're in Florida. You're from Florida. Like, what's reality?
The reality is, if we're talking about history, it has to be based on the most accurate fact, or even if it's not 100%, at least it has to be very close to 80 to 90%.
Based
Right,
on
I've
who?
got some reality for you. People,
So, like,
does anyone
if
know
you
about
say
the
you,
Ewok?
I'll give you this example. If you say that you are the descendant of Indians, now I'm not saying you are, I'm just giving an example. Now, you have to get the name right for the specific time that you're talking about. For example, if I say I'm the I'm descendant of Chinese. If I'm talking about my ancestors from the time of 1800 are descendant of Chinese, I have to use the name that they were using in that time frame.
Yeah,
And
okay.
now, when you say Indians,
Do you know
for
about the
people,
history of
I
Indian?
mean, we know, like, we're smart enough to know you're talking about indigenous Americans, but
Yeah.
again, you're talking about history, you have to use the
Where
right
the
name. Indians are not the right name to describe these people.
when they
So like
Indian.
pause.
Hold on 1 second.
For example,
Where does the Indian come from? Because India wasn't called
Which
Indian in
Indians
the
talking about?
90s.
native,
Southeast Indians or
Hold on
indigenous Americans?
1 second. Why is okay? I'm gonna just get to the point. Why is the word Indian found in the Ojibwe?
Because there's only
don't worry
one
about
type
it.
of Indians, which are the
Hold
Southeast
on,
Indians.
Ojibwe. I'm talking about indigenous Americans, right?
Right
Why can
now,
that
you
word?
start you.
Hold on 1 second. I'm talking about a tribe here in America. Why is the word Indian found in their language before colonization?
India.
I mean, don't confuse people. Are you talking about indigenous people in
Yeah,
America, or are you
I'm
talking about
talking.
Indian?
Can you hear? Who do you think the Ojibwe are? Who do you think the Ojibwe are? Oh, where the Ojibwe from?
I mean, are you talking about Indians, Southeast Indians, or are you talking about
Oh, dude,
indigenous Americans, bro?
those folks aren't even Indian.
No,
They
I mean,
weren't
you
called
already
Indian.
not only you confusing yourself here, and you
I'm
confusing
not
people.
confused. I'm not confused. You're the only one that's confused here, so I think I'm speaking
I don't
clearly.
think Ronald's from America.
Oh, yeah, he's not. I know the accent. He don't even sound like he's from Florida.
Why?
Nowhere
Why?
in Florida.
My thing is now that we're finally finding our identity, and when you dig deeper, the bones that they find, they get blacker. Why is it so hard for them to understand that we're literally just trying to re-recognize ourselves and trying to literally find our true identity? Like it's like they get offended. Why is it offensive
called
if it has nothing
indoctrination,
to
mate.
do with you?
They-
It's so
It's
weird.
called indoctrination, right? It's back behind the lies of government and politicians, mate, for so many centuries, man. It's unbelievable. People are just totally indoctrinated. It's not their fault, mate. They've just been lied to. And here's another thing as well. And this, the previous gentleman was just talking about, reality, right? Well, Matrix only ended a couple of weeks ago, so we're actually basically first time reality in existence of this realm, pretty well. But let's look at a fact, all right? Epochs. We're coming into the third epoch, right? Right. Every epoch happens every 26,000 years, right? The first epoch happened after the first creation, the breaking up of the lands around the Garden of Eden, right? So that happened 76,000 years ago, right? So basically, if we're coming into the third epoch, right, which is on the 76,000 years, right, how can there be any other creations before that?
You do this
Right.
everywhere you go, exception.
Oh,
Yeah, but I'm just talking a fact, mate. Look it up. Look it up. Epochs happen every 26,000 years. We're coming into the third epoch. So if we come into the third epoch, which is the start of 72,000 years, well, hold on. If God created the Garden of Eden, that could want to have the power. It's as simple as that.
So,
Well, have you
Well, too.
ever thought that history and time is just so vast and so deep that we're only getting fragmentations of what the truth is? So, for example, I have been watching this guy called Dragon Earther. He does Mud Fossil University, and there's this other guy. He's called Brian Davenport on TikTok, and they have literally been showing 3D, 4D, and 5D images that we are living on top of giant humans, petrified giant animals, and petrified creatures all over
Dragons.
the land. Yeah, right, dragons. So
Yeah,
you
this
know,
realm was created on the back of dragons.
I
Get
do
the,
believe.
let's get the likes up,
what-
y'all.
Yeah, I do believe what you're saying is some of
What's
logical
up, Sam?
sense, but you also have to also put into fruition that time itself just might be older than what you're describing right now. You're saying 70 something odd thousand years. Now I do believe there's some truth to that. I believe you're not fully wrong, but time and the land and I think humans in general are just that much older than what we think they are.
Yeah.
And can I elaborate on that? I do believe 100% you're correct. And what it is, right, with the time factor is because there is a UFO in Greenland, right, that's 300 miles long by 30 mile wide, right? And they use that UFO in just after 1587 to freeze Antarctica and cause the mud floods in the water floods. Now, the water floods covered the continent of Terra Australis over for about 4 years. Right now,
Yeah.
if people actually go on to satellite photos and they look in the middle of Central
Let's get back to
Australia,
the topic.
you'll
Yeah.
actually see like big sort of wave places. Like if you go down the beach and you see where the waves come in, there'll be like a gap and a bit of sand there,
Yeah,
and another
sure.
gap and a bit of sand. But same thing in Central Australia, you'll see them, and there's just like these
Oh my God.
waves.
Yeah,
just
I was about to
across,
say,
mate.
I'm trying to reset. Yeah. Yeah. I'm about to reset real quick. I want to keep it on topic. We about to stray away from some goddamn to whatever world we're gonna go to with this conversation. Whatever timeline, goddamn reality with this quantum physics style conversation. But I want to keep it on topic in this timeline at least. But yeah, what's up, Sue? Well, I see you just came up here.
Well, if you want to go into the year Yahweh timeline is 6025.
Okay.
Right, so since it's 2,000 years, I know
Alright,
it for a fact.
So I want, yeah,
Right,
so I was, yeah, for sure. I want to get back to the topic though. We talking about some, yeah, grandma said we was in. Anybody agree, disagree?
Big time agree.
You gonna agree?
I
Yeah, we
never
are.
found out my family was Choctaw and Creole. 100%
My
agree.
people was in battles, you feel me? Beating people up in America, all that.
Right. For sure. We honoring our matriarchs today. It's Mother's Day. So yeah.
Happy Mother's Day to every mother in the building. Hey, greetings,
Mother's Day, y'all.
Garbage. Greetings to all the brothers in the room who help make mothers. We appreciate y'all. Y'all damn is fun.
Happy Mother's Day, y'all. Happy Mother's Day to Girly Girl. Happy Mother's Day to my big sis, Receipt Goddess. You know, the chiefest, you feel me? Learning out for my big sis. I gotta shout her out.
Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers that come on and educate us and the ones that are responsible for letting us know about our history. I just remember that my great grandmother, she raised my dad. She every single time I saw that lady, she would remind me that we were Indians. She didn't necessarily tell me which Indian tribe we were from. I think mostly because I was too young, but she definitely told me. And I even reminded my daddy about that before he died, and he just really was amazed that she was talking about it. But yeah, so definitely happy Mother's Day to all of the moms who are responsible for keeping our heritage alive and keeping us alive.
Yeah, for sure. Shout out to the matriarchs. What else we got? I know I actually had a nice build with the brother from New Zealand. And things like that. He was telling us a bit about his people. And actually have a similar creation story. So some tribes have similar creation stories around the world. But yeah, shout out to the matriarch. You know, a lot of our tribes are matrilineal. So we talk about that. We talk about the kinship of American Indians. I will go into some Powhatan culture real quick. I will teach some things actually today, right? Powhatan culture, matrilineal. Let me put that in Google. Just look at the early, then do T. Right, there we go. Just some history of the Powhatan. Also, Mother's Day was created in Philadelphia, things like that. So we're just gonna go into a little bit of the Powhatan because that's one of my main tribes. So I will talk about what's up, Bree. I will share some insight of the Powhatan since it's a safe space, I think, right? It's a safe space, I think. Chiefdoms. We gotta go to that. Chiefdoms and organizations of the Powhatan. When the English landed in 1607, several distinct groupings of Indians populated the area of present-day Virginia. The Powhatans occupied the tidewater between the south banks of the James River and the north banks of the Rappahannock River. I've been to the Rappahannock River. It's a nice river. The Chickahominy and the Patawomack or the Potomac Indians lived along the Chickahominy and Potomac rivers, respectively. The Zappones, Mahanahoac, and Monica Indians claimed the Piedmont east of the Shenandoah Valley, and the Meharin and Nottoway lived south of the James River. The James River is actually pretty nice too. This is going to go into scroll down to find the cultural aspects. So how they described the Powhatan. You have Werowinces, that's basically the name for chief. You have mothers and things like that. Youngest brother, the position was inherited through the female. So Werowince, each groups of the Sisennicoma, was ruled by a Werowince or chief. The position was inherited through the female line from the eldest to youngest brother, from the eldest to youngest sister, and then the eldest son to the eldest sister, and so on. That meant that most Werowinces met, whereas the English were men. The term female chiefs was Werowonsquaw. The senior brother or the district Werowince lived in the districts in most important towns as younger siblings, including, in at least one case, his sister, ruled the subordinate towns or villages. The district Werowince had a council of his own with positions earned through feats or skills of bravery. In turn, he served on the Paramount Chiefs Council, which ranked in higher in honor. Counselors both advised Werowinces and executed their orders. So let's see where it goes. It goes into the deeper to the women's stuff, the women's roles and stuff like that. All right. Now I won't scroll too goddamn long. But yeah. Different Powhatan words that the English contact. But yeah, Powhatans were a matrilineal tribe. So if you got Powhatan in your lineage, here it's a nice reference for your Encyclopedia of Virginia.
Does it mention anything about Pocahontas Island in Petersburg, Virginia? Because I was told that that was one of the first settling spots or islands recognized, started by the dark indigenous Indians.
Yeah, so wherever what we would call, I don't know if I want to get too deep, but where you would call what in present day Gloucester County, Virginia.
Man, I see your water, man. Stop acting like on Water Drive.
All right. What the hell? Yeah, that threw me off a bit. But what we would call present day Gloucester County, Virginia, and present day where like near Richmond, like east of Richmond, those peninsulas east of Richmond, those are where, and Petersburg and things like that, those are like hubs of the Powhatan. The Bible says women were taking man's rib to serve him. Nope, not over here. Get that homoerotic shit somewhere else.
The
Yeah, so like
the profile picture explains a lot.
ain't Osiris like, all right, cool. Osiris is the name of an African god. Nah, it's a Greek name. Osiris is a Greek name. I don't know why y'all keep asking me about the name. Yeah, we honoring our matriarchs today. Keep your name in the capital spelling. Always had that spot. Yep, always had that spot. But yeah, anybody there? Y'all here?
Sir, it's the bubble right here.
Definitely
Yeah.
here, trying to get this homework done while listening in and chiming
Oh, yeah.
on in.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, there's different things about Powhatan culture that you can find on the Encyclopedia of Virginia and things like that.
I'm from
It's,
VA, 2 up, 2 down, so that's 100% facts.
yeah, for sure. But yeah, Petersburg is like a good hub, like was a hub for the Powhatan, Gloucester County, Richmond, Henrico, where else? New Kent, King and Queen, King William, like because they're all concentrated in the same area. Indigenous to Africa.
Hey,
Go ahead. Hmm.
Pocahontas Island is, I had to ask because I attended Virginia State University. That's in
Oh, nice.
Petersburg, Virginia. So we learned about Pocahontas Island at the school and whatnot. And it is very much so still active spiritually. Like we don't know who. Like this is so crazy. It's a rumor that we have at the school, like traditionally. But they literally every month or every week, whatever the time frame is, we don't really know. It's people there that still put a new set of dolls and candles all over the island, like near the old buildings and stuff from where they said where the first Indians were and stuff like that. So it's very much so spiritual. And they always told us, do not go over there at night. Like, do not go over there at night. So yeah, it's very active over there for sure.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of places in Virginia like that. Like, if you ever been, because I've been like someone just brought up Verena. Like, yeah, like I was really in an Airbnb in a battle like a battleground like park, a battle like yeah, a battleground park. Like, there's a lot of stuff active, bro. Right in Henrico, Verena. Like, yeah, there's a lot of places in Virginia that's real active spiritually, like Pocahontas State Park and all that. Yeah,
A lot of mountains over there too.
I'll have for sure, for sure.
A lot.
Hmm.
Yeah, William Penn described this documented the Mound of the Monacan. Was it what? Not William Penn. It was William Byrd, I believe. It was one of them. Second oldest and the second oldest Baptist church. Yup. Second oldest Baptist church. Second oldest reservation because the Yamasee had the oldest reservation, but the second oldest reservation would be the Pamunkey Reservation. Now it's established in the 1600s. So yeah,
Church. You said the second oldest Baptist church. How old? I mean, how long has it been a Baptist church?
KJ. KJ said that, so I'm gonna let him type that out. What's up, Chazio? Um, there's a lot of
Hey,
in the city. Excuse me. Go ahead.
hey, you
What's
you
up?
know that guy that goes by what's his name? Jawaya or whatever?
Y'all him? Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, bro. I had to join the live. I joined it earlier to say something, but I didn't want to speak too soon. But he was talking about you not too long ago,
Yeah.
about your song. And it's so funny how, I typed in logical. I said, why are you so what we want to believe? "Oh, it's because you're disrespecting my people." I said, nobody's disrespecting your people. Like we are just literally trying to re-identify ourselves from what was stolen from us. So
Yeah.
and then I tried to go on his live and I was like, bro, I don't want to argue. Like what your belief is your belief, I'm not tripping, I'm not here to make enemies or whatnot. But I was like, I will show you what they hide from us. Black hieroglyphics of what they found in the
Hmm.
pyramids in America. The Mayans, like, I was saying, yeah, like, I believe we're native to every land of this. And he was like, well, why do you believe that? And I was like, because there's literally drawings of us, like the Olmecs, the Mayans, the Aztecs, everything that they hide from the internet. And he literally was just ignoring me. I'm like, you're ignoring me because you know it's true. Why are you ignoring me if I'm just trying to logically talk to you? If I'm just trying to calmly talk to you? It's so funny, bro.
Right. Yeah, he's on my live telling people to SMD.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
and
he was
he's
doing that
he's
goofy shit.
methed out too. He's methed out. Like he be doing it. He be doing drugs on the live. I'm like, bro, you got issues, dog. Like you got something deeper going on. Like you could see the rage come out of him. Like even when you try to talk to him calmly, it's like, bro, like you just gotta relax and learn how to talk to people. But it's crazy.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he just yeah, he came up on the live. Like we roasted the shit on him that live. Like everybody he was just a punching bag that goddamn live. Yeah, we just roasted him that live because he came up insulting everybody.
Yeah, and then he'll go on his live and he'll play victim like he's being disrespected. Like, bro, we're not even disrespecting you.
What's up,
Y'all's
Chief Natural?
name isn't even in our mouths, and you come up on live playing crazy victim like we're just absolutely just disrespecting. Like nobody's even talking about you, bro.
Yeah, for sure. I shared some videos of yours on X, Natural, Twitter. So yeah, what's up? We got Joshua up here.
What's up, brother?
What's going on?
Chilling. What's this about? How everybody thinks they're part Native American, and most of the time they ain't. Or
Where you from,
'cause that's,
Josh? Where you from, Josh?
Memphis.
Where your parents from?
Same area. Like I've had a DNA
Why
test done and
why
stuff.
why
but
why
I'm not
hold
sure
on,
what
why
you
it
mean.
take you so long? Why it take you so long to say where your parents was from?
Well, I mean, from middle Louisiana, I guess.
Huh? You don't know where your parents from?
Roughly. I mean, I don't know where they were born. I know where my grandparents lived and where they grew up at. But
Where
I
your
don't remember where
grandparents
they were
from?
born exactly. Huh?
Where your grandparents from?
Oh man, I'm as far as I know, Louisiana.
Okay,
Like middle Louisiana.
So
But I've
what
got
are
a
you?
whole little.
What are you ethnically?
What's up?
What are you
I
ethnically?
guess look YT, but according to the DNA test, mutt is possible with everything except for Native American.
So you're YT, right? So
Yeah, I guess looking.
So look, YT looking.
Yeah, but I got
guess.
2% Singal, 2% Southern Chinese, 2% like Indian, 2% Safir Jew, 2%. Oh man, I'm forgetting one. You know, and then like X percent.
So you a Cajun?
Mutt. Like I got something from everywhere but Russia and the Americas.
Well, somewhere other than Russia. So what you basically? What's the name?
But I was raised to believe I had some massive amount of Native American in me, and wasn't a stitch when I did the DNA test. And I got a theory about that.
What did your folks like? What tribe did they say they was from?
I think Chickasaw, if I'm right.
Chickasaw.
But yeah, I got a whole little theory about that. I think what it was
so fast. You're moving a little fast in my legs and travel. I'm a little, my back hurt a little bit. So I got a question. You said your folk them from where?
Middle Louisiana.
Okay, and you Chickasaw?
I think that if I remember correctly, that's what they said. But like Grandpa was supposed to have been like half and half, but there wasn't a stitch of Native American in my DNA test. So I'm assuming that was just capping.
Nobody says middle Louisiana. Like what town, what area? We talking central Louisiana?
Next to Winsboro,
Alexandria, Lafayette.
Yeah, Alexandria, Lafayette. That's central Louisiana.
No, next to Shreveport would be the closest big town.
Shreveport is northern Louisiana.
That's in the north. That's 318.
Well, yeah, but roughly there.
Are you from Louisiana or not?
A little town. I guess it would have been east of Shreveport.
Hey Josh, quick question, brother.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you trolling us by chance? Let me what I mean by that is, are you saying crazy things to us so you can get an arousal or an emotional reflex out the room? I'm just curious because if that's what you're doing, I'm gonna sit back and
have I said anything crazy?
I mean, I'm just wondering.
Yeah,
if
you did. You came on the stage saying some crazy stuff.
And
Like,
so
what did
I
I say
don't
that
know
was
if
crazy?
it was, and so my question is, are you just naivete of how you speak, or are you trolling me? Because if you're trolling me and you're honest, I'm gonna let you troll the room and I'm gonna mind my business and I'm gonna respect you. But if you are naivete, I'm gonna try to educate you. But if you are neither naivete nor honest enough to take it personal, and every time I see you, I'm gonna take you for bullshit. So the choice in this moment is to define who you want to be.
I'm not sure what you're talking. Like, I don't see how what I've said that's crazy. I've just been 100% honest.
No,
Like,
honest is
I
what
have
you have
no
not
idea
been.
what you're even talking about. With like, I didn't think anything I've said been inflammatory at all.
You say you came on being you came on saying that is this a panel where you think you're part Native American when you actually aren't? That's disrespectful.
Well, that's Grandma said we was Native American. Then there's a pretty big trend of people thinking they're Native American, and then once they do their DNA test, ain't a
You don't even know you don't even know, like, where your grandparents' parents from? Where your great grandparents from?
No, I mean, I've got my, like, I can pull up my ancestry.
You just feel like you're lying to me on purpose, bro. It feel like you're lying to us on purpose. I just want you to know, I feel like you're intentionally lying to me.
No, well, they're from.
And that's what I'm getting off of you. And I need you to take a good breath. I need you to be honest with your genealogy, because there was no YT appearing people here who was just Native American, good brother. I don't care how you argue it. I have looked at the documents anciently for all parts of this Kadir nation, and there was no YT appearing people. So if you didn't I believe in the actual documented ancestors I have. Let's start with one of my more, well, hold on. No, how about this? I know I'm the descendant of that brother named John Hanson, who's on the back of that $2 bill.
Yeah,
so let's talk about that. Let's start there. See, I don't have to pretend with no DNA. I know who I am. I'm documented and important. Some of you niggas were never important in life. That's why you got to be some DNA test to let a motherfucker tell you who was fucking on your trifling ass mama. But you ain't gonna disrespect my grandma, because you ain't gonna disrespect mine. No, your grandma's the trifling. No, that's your mama now. My people know who the fuck we are. We're a proud family, baby. We have public weddings, okay? I don't give a fuck. I didn't need it. My grandma showed you hoe. My grandma ain't no hoe. Yeah, because my grandma was never a whore. She was a married woman.
Then your DNA test will say.
But listen here, your grandma needs a DNA, because your grandma was a whore and lied when she was. Why would I have to prove that my grandmother told the truth, brother? That don't make no sense. You see how I'm saying? Yeah,
because you can't.
See, because this is where you get disrespectful. If you need to go get, I want y'all to really think about what a motherfucker's saying to you. Because I be trying to be nice. I asked them, "Are you just being?" I'm gonna take you and tell the truth about your intention. Being disrespectful. And here's where he was disrespectful. To even have to suggest to anybody that they needed a DNA test. Would it be to say your mama a lying asshole who cheated on your daddy and you ain't his baby? Because that's the only way that shit can happen. And I'm not gonna let a motherfucker call my granny a damn whore. We're not gonna do that. So he can do that to his grandma, but what he will not do is disrespect mine. Especially considering, like I said, we have public weddings, okay? Newspaper announcements. We was somebody in our communities. I don't know him. I don't understand why he ain't a somebody in his community, but it ain't my business, okay? But what he wasn't gonna do is sit in my face and keep being disrespectful. Or if in real life he couldn't have got that one off. That annoys me.
You know what's so crazy? The main companies that do the DNA test literally just got sued. 23 and Ancestry, the other huge DNA
what comes of it when I'm ready
people's stuff. Like, that's crazy. And they're literally sending people fake DNA tests to make them believe one thing when it's another thing. And he didn't even know where his grandparents were from. That's diabolical.
That's what got me, yeah.
That was absolutely. We always try to question us on where we're from, but he couldn't even tell us where his grandparents was from. That's crazy.
I know, right?
We got a whole paper trail of our history, man. This is just the shows, man, and people just let them be in denial. That's just what it is.
You know,
Listen,
let them be in denial because we always knew who we were, but along the roads, you know, some of our people, you know, a lot of our people being indoctrinated, the 60-year-olds, the 40-year-olds, the 80s, you know, some of them, but most of them know who they are. And all we need is that one word. If grandma said it, then that's what it is.
Literally. I just
And have
found
y'all
out.
got
Go ahead. My bad.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say,
No, I'm
I
listening,
just
brother. I'm listening.
yeah, I literally just so my journey for knowing that I was an indigenous was when I met my dad's side of the family. Now, this is how deep, as y'all already know. You know, I'm just here to re-enlighten and not educate, because I hear how educated these brothers and sisters are up here. But I just found out that my dad's side of the family, my dad was adopted. He didn't really know his real father, which is my grandfather, but he knew his real mother. I just found out that my whole side of my dad's family is from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. When I moved down there, and I stayed down there for 3 years, and found out that I was Choctaw and Creole, and that they were from Louisiana, and they showed me the family tree book. That shit was like probably 3 to 5 inches thick wide, and I saw my whole family tree dating back over 400 years. I
You gonna
said,
get it.
"What?"
Yeah, you
They
cried in the
was,
car.
oh, bro, look, it was so, I was like, yo, like my whole life I felt like I wasn't from Africa. You know, it was
Yes.
my soul speaking to me. You know,
Mhm.
and I met my great aunt while I was down there. Like, family literally came over to see me because they was like, yeah, like we knew that, like, my grandmother, she just passed away 2 months ago. Rest in peace to her. I met her one
Rest in
time
peace.
before
yeah.
she passed, but her name was Diane Pinnell. Beautiful lady, copper skinned, you know. And she was like, yeah, like I met my aunt. Her name was Rosalie. That was her sister. She was like, yeah, I always knew my sis, Diane. She had grandsons, but I ain't never met her. And that was meeting my aunt the first time. And I was like, yeah, like, I was telling her about myself and like who I was, and she was like, why you act like that, baby? In the Louisiana accent. She was like, "Cause you got that Creole in you, baby. You Creole. You ain't African. You Creole." And we got into a whole deep talk about indigenous and how they have literally had a history of just wiping out our identity in terms of who we are. And it's hilarious because these older folks that have been living now, mind you, my aunt is old. She's like in her 80s, almost 90s. So she was born in the early, before 1940. They've been saying Black Americans, quote unquote, have been saying that we're indigenous. They literally have just never put it in the books or social media, and they have literally indoctrinated us and wiped our memory clean, in a sense, in the last 50 years.
Oh yeah.
And confused us that quickly. Like that. Imagine that shit. Now imagine what we
But you
don't
never
know.
want confused. You never want confused because you said you always
Right.
felt that way since you was a kid. And me,
Right.
I had the same feeling. And I'm from Chicago. I'm 46. All of my people from the South, mom and dad's side, I really just did my genealogy, and it shows it. Even my birth certificate says Negro. I'll go back and I search the 1790 Census Act, the 1924 Integrity Act, all these different acts and all the different census. Even when the census was U.S. Marshals, that's where the U.S. Marshals come from. Did y'all know that?
Yeah.
The Census Act. So they when they was doing this black white thing, they was actually everybody category as black. I mean, as white or whatever, or however they did it. But I have all my genealogy, man, and I'm indigenous. My people's from Mississippi, and my people is from Alabama, and my sister have a different daddy. And man, when you look at her, how dark she is, you already know. When I heard the word Creole, it's indigenous to the land.
Yep.
And that's the Louisiana territory.
100%.
You know,
Slow y'all down. Hold on. Let's put a little tango and twist in this because I feel petty. Can I do that, Harry?
Uh-huh.
Can I put a little something in it? All right.
Go ahead.
Let's make the right gumbo. You need a little bit something to make a good gumbo. Okay. Creole is a global term. It's spelled with a K.
I'm learning.
Spelled with a C, sometimes with an E at the end, sometimes without the E at the end. Depends on where You
Okay, how
talk,
about Illinois? Because I heard it in Illinois.
but
Sorry.
listen. There's a Creole in Africa. There's three
Oh,
different types.
okay.
They all spell them with a K though.
Mm.
These Creoles are gonna link right back to these here Americas, and these are the people that they're testing you against when they put you in West Africa, because these Creoles will be in Nigeria, in Sierra Leone, in Liberia, in known places of the American African Colonization Society and the British Colonization Society. I don't want people ever to stand on them DNA tests. You know why? Because the people who interpreted it were wrong. And so if you can't look at the actual data work yourself, then all you're doing is taking wrong information and applying it onto you. Moreover, when people talk about that DNA test, this is what I want all of you to know. If you know your grandmother on your mom's side, her grandma, you now know more than that DNA ethnicity test can tell you.
Correct.
I'm glad you said that.
So that
They be
brother
lying.
being
They be
able,
lying
right,
on
they
the
do.
test.
And that brother going back 300 years or more in one nation, baby, that take him to the 1700s. That's a adopted immigrant in that area. They knew they were coming here. It was easy to separate the Indian from the immigrant. The immigrant had papers. They were the guests in this house. Somehow the Indian became the guest. Let me tell you how. They hit us with a lot of shit and don't ever forget it. My brother Malcolm, he understood the assignment. He just couldn't get it done. That brother, that brother Martin, he tried, but they tricked him too when he told you in the end it was a trick. It wasn't nothing that they could do about it because they went from the hippie free love to the Black Power movement to Iran Contra, COINTELPRO, the war on drugs, No Child Left Behind, and they hit our ass with Out of Africa theory, and it was a rumble.
Yeah,
It was a rumble,
they did
and there was.
numbers.
And there is no other people group that is excluded except the American Indian Negro, because we're the only ones that didn't participate, because we were the subject of a global erasure.
So Jesse Jackson brought that upon us, right, sister?
Yes, sir.
In 88 or something, 80, 88.
For African American term, right? When
It was like 89. I remember it was like 89, 90.
Yep. It's I'm so glad that sister said that, because look, when you think about it, it's time to start having conversations about our own people that sold us out. You know, the Black Boule, you know, that contributed to taking away our identity. Because I was just watching a video the other day, we literally got reclassified like more than 5 times. It's insane. Like they were using different numbers. Like, now, mind you, you know, we were Tartaria, but I believe, now y'all correct me if I'm wrong here, but Tartaria was a European term that they gave to the indigenous people that built all these buildings and, you know, these highly advanced structures, when they didn't have a name to put on it, just like Africa, just like Egypt, et cetera, et cetera. Those are European terminologies. But, you know, I'll just say this, Tartaria for our understanding sake. So what happened was, from what I see is Tartaria was an advanced civilization here already. And World War I didn't start in 1914. World War I started in 1492 when Christopher Columbus, who was a criminal and a rapist and all types of other stuff.
You can't say that. You can't say the R word.
Okay.
Johnson,
Sorry.
Johnson first in the chat, y'all.
Okay. Yeah. My fault. So, when Christopher Columbus came over here, that's when World War I started. That's when the war on the indigenous started, to a point to where we were being attacked. We were never slaves. We were prisoners of war because we were already here. In order to have a slave, you have to, in a sense, bring them from somewhere else, which that's what they confuse us with. they said, "Oh, we brought you over here." What makes you think that we should believe that you brought us over here if we taught you how to navigate the seas? That doesn't make any sense. That means we were already here. And if you look at the earlier documentation of Columbus, Cortez, and some of the first explorers that came over here, they literally describe the local people that they met as copper toned and dark as coal. Like I remember one line that said dark as coal. So you knew what you were getting into. Relaying back to my first, the Black Day is in the depths right now, acting as if they're with us and they're not. And it's time to have that uncomfortable conversation that a lot of people don't want to have of, oh, it's the other races, that are trying to attack us. No, the attack is also coming from inside the house. So
Yeah.
Ain't nobody gonna turn their backs on them letters. I don't cut this child. That's the game. Just like you can't get them. Just like you can't get them two-party type folks up together either. Because both sides are the same damn word. Okay? Don't give a damn. They mad at Trump because Trump said this all the Indian. Mad at Trump because Trump said this all the Indian shit. And I'm going to take my part for getting it back. And y'all Indians better figure out you Indians to get the rest of this shit. And that's what we're going to do. And niggas was mad talking we Indians were Native Americans. What? I need y'all to really understand some shit. This game is dirty. They got Indians reclassifying themselves. They go out there, they done figured out how to get all the Indians to reclassify themselves. Told the Negro, you not Negro, baby. You African American, dog. Yeah, they didn't tell you came from Africa. That's what Negro mean. You want them ancient berbers. Yeah, we don't even know why you over here. They gave you some land back over in Liberia, Sierra Leone. Hell, you want to go right now? We got your little something tucked away already, in this new land. We're going to get you right over here to Rwanda. We got your small little spot. And I'm telling you, these African Americans can keep playing. But that man say he got them a smooth spot over in Rwanda. That's what
here and cosplay us, and not only that, when we do say that we're from here, they get super fake, highly offended. Like, oh, well, why don't you want to appreciate your African roots? Well, nigga, why are you over here? Why did you come over here then? And why are you staying over here? Go back. If that's how you really feel, go back. And like I said, the sprinkles on top of the ice cream is that they literally come over here and they literally act like us. And then what they'll do is just because they're melanated, they'll say they'll tell people oh yeah, well, I'm a Black American. When the whole time there's literally second generation African from wherever they're from over there. It's mind-boggling to me. I don't understand that. And do you think with everything that we've been talking about in terms of how the world is trying to beat us, this is insanity. This is absolute insanity. How the world is mimicking us at a high rate today. Now, I just moved out of Houston, and let me tell y'all something. The way them Hispanics act down there is for centerist work. They slang the N-word harder than us. Oh yeah, we're brothers. We're Black too. First of all, bro, no the fuck we're not. That's number one. Number two, why is it that if y'all talk the way y'all, Black American culture is always in somebody's mouth. It's always in somebody's mouth in a negative way and in a positive way, right? So you have everybody trying to act like us. I was just on this Asian girl's live, literally 2 days ago, and she was just slanging the N-word like no tomorrow. And I type in, I'm just trolling. I typed in, I said, "Yo, are we letting this slide? Is she saying nigga like this?" And they know. This girl literally seen my comment giggled, like laughed, and then blocked me.
Anybody was yeah, those phones crazy. If anybody was to come out, feel free.
I'm
Any I
available.
got. All right, so Lambs app. This guy's cringe. Just checking the comments. Anybody on Instagram? Nobody's commenting on Instagram like they ever do. We talk bad about each other too. Melanin airs off the chain. Somebody got a guest violation. I don't even know who it is, but I'm about to clear the stage. Somebody got a lamp. That's crazy. Request up. I did. All right, request up, y'all. Of course, it was me. Oh man. That is crazy. Guest violations. Oh. All right, Pink. Who's Pink? What's up?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I get you.
Hey, greetings and happy Mother's Day to everyone, mothers in your life there. Listen, I have an issue with what's being said. A lot of us have been told by our parents and grandparents that we were Native American, Indian, and whatnot. I definitely was. And then all of a sudden, here's my deal. We find out, we try to do the whole Africa thing, and in sincerity, because we were told also that we're African, whatever. So we go leaning toward the African side, and they look us dead in our face and say, you are mixed. In fact, this guy from Nigeria I went to college with, he was like, we consider you half-ka. They call it half-ka. I said, what the hell is half-ka? It means mixed. Okay, cool. So over the years, everybody in Africa is telling us we're mixed and we're not of all genuine blood. And they have this attitude towards us because we're mixed, like that's a bad thing. And so then we know we got some white in us. They definitely ain't embracing us. And then we know we got some Indian in us. They're not embracing us. Where do we go? So we say, F it. Let's just do FBA. Let's just do us. Then they get mad about that. I'm like, wow. We can you can't have it both ways. Either we're gonna do us and leave y'all alone, or we just embrace ourselves, but then everybody mad at that. So that was my gripe about the whole situation. And yeah, I'm from the old generation, and I'll say this before I wrap up. No, nobody gets no pass saying the N-word. That's not flying. It's cool that y'all want to be black and stuff, but like I heard one OG say, they love our rhythm, but they don't like our blues. And with that, I say peace.
All right, peace. Oh.
Peace, peace, peace.
What's up, Steve? Nah, you got it. I ain't really saying much.
Huh?
I said you got it. I ain't really saying much.
Step back to the phone.
I exactly got knocked out saying you think it's cool. I'm looking at. I'm reading the comments. Yeah, I don't read them folks saying the N-word at all. Like I don't even be around folks that say it too loosely. That's not a, you know.
Oh man. You know what I'm saying? They said, well, they definitely said that was a derogatory term. The word, you know, black, whatever. Let's see what else. Yeah, I definitely knew I wasn't no African. I know that's a misnomer. Yeah, we just got to be careful what we identify as, because these words are definitely used for other things that we need to detach ourselves from spiritually, really. But, you know, you can self-identify what you want to. But it ain't for everybody to, you know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't got to be conditioned to do it. Huh?
Let me ask y'all a question.
Go ahead.
what motivated all of you guys to like really get into this? Finding your lineage. Because I don't do the DNA thing. I know that's for entertainment purposes. I know it's not correct. I know it's always falsified, but the genealogy and just listening to people in your family that tell you who you are, what inspired y'all through them, to just grab it and just gasp it. And, because once you get the knowledge, it drives you crazy, right? You keep digging and digging and digging. Each and every last one of y'all, what made y'all want to dig deeper?
Just knowing where your folks is from. Just knowing where my folks is from. It's not even that deep. Let me not say that. It wasn't that deep for me. It's just like find out where my folks is from. It wasn't like, no, I gotta find out I'm Indian. It's just find out where they was from. If they was Africa, if they was from Africa, if they was from America, or whatever. Like that's all the motivation I needed.
Okay.
You guys are from Ethiopia, Egypt, and Canaan. What the hell? I'll just be saying anything, yeah. They just be saying anything.
Yeah.
I don't know. What's up, realist? It's a panel right now. He always said Indian co-host. I'll let you know. Yeah, it's like I know there's some people that do genealogy for different reasons, and their reasons is their reasons, whatever it may be, and things like that. But yeah, the main reason should be know who your family is.
My mother and them, you know what I'm saying? My mother and them, they always told me who I was, and Alabama. And I mean, she was saying it all my life so long that I thought she meant AIR. And then when I used to explain it to my friends, it was like, what you mean by airland? I said, the air above the land. I'm just being honest. I mean, I know what that sounds like, but I didn't know.
Hey, it is what it is.
Yeah. So, I just remembered that. And then it's like with everything going on, it kind of just put me in a point where it's just like something ain't right. It's like, why does this keep happening to us? Something is deeper than that, because I don't see this happening to every ethnicity more than just skin color. Mm-hmm. So, you know what I'm saying? I started to, actually do the research, like really kind of like from the beginning, but came more into a better understanding as TikTok came like, Instagram and Facebook, it was just me sharing stuff and just posting pictures, linking with old classmates or whatever. But TikTok made it a better understanding when it comes to actually, getting in contact with people you could.
Yeah, that's why I love this thing, because I'm new to it and I'm 46 years old. You know what I'm saying? And I'm new to TikTok. This is the best platform
to actually,
you know what I'm saying? And I'm new. Like I don't really do the Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all that. I don't do, but this one here is totally different. And for me, I had a friend that moved from Africa, call him Hakeem. They didn't have to say the Pledge of Allegiance in my school, and they stayed on the same block as my people, so we always played around in that area. So we got, over time, they be right. His mom, call him Hakeem, became Americanized, right? So but as time passed, they got Americanized, but they always told us that we was from here. And they used to say that. And I was young. When I say about 13, 14 years old, but knowing them since I was like 8, 9, 10 years old, because they was like real activists in the neighborhood. They dad did not play, be on the corner with a machete, threaten the pebble dealers, you know what I'm saying? Just putting knowledge out there. And I always said that. And then down the line for myself, I got in trouble at school one day back when I was in high school, telling the history teacher that, you know, Mr. Old Columbus did not discover these lands, Turtle Island and all that. And I got in trouble. I had a girl to defend me. She was from West Germany, never forget her. And then down the line, you know, I became a statistic, you know, that mode, the poverty, the statistic, what they say about, you know, person like me. But then I got back online and I started following Dane Calloway. Oh man. Yeah. And then a sister on here, because I've been on this thing for 2 weeks. A sister in Dane made me cry. And that's like my inspiration to find out even more. And then listening to you guys, and I'm just putting a puzzle together. We all got a piece of this puzzle each other and just keep learning.
Ain't on the panel with me on here. I'm cool with Dane.
That's what's up, brother.
Yeah, I'm trying to get.
Engine. You want to add?
Huh?
Trying to get
what's up?
Person above you, the real engine.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I had to check my daughter right quick. She was doing a little bit much. But Lost, I think that's a good question, man, because I feel the same exact way. This is becoming my favorite platform as well. And the reason for that is because I can kind of dodge the gossip. I'm really just trying to find, I guess you could say, my community. And I've been recently jumping on these panels the last couple of nights. And, you know, what I've been noticing is, you know, just playing in the comments or whatever, that it's a lot of arguing and hollering. It's not really a discussion about the facts. It's just, it's especially, it's nothing productive at that point. But for me, I always agree with
You can't hear.
I can't really hear Carl.
Yeah. So
that sound like you on an R&B beat and shit.
I always knew I was from the land. I got confused when I began understanding what they was as far as
hold on. Somebody got a hot mic.
I'm not a mod on this page.
All right, hold on. Let me tweet. Let me give you that there. Moderator. Go ahead. Manage.
Did you want to finish the real engine?
Yeah, appreciate you, Receipt. Nah, but I was saying I always knew, as far as how I was raised, that we were from the land. I didn't begin to get confused until I began to understand what they were trying to teach us in school. And for me, it became a journey just trying to connect the dots, because what they were trying to teach me in school was not the same as what I was being taught at home around my family. So when I did begin to do my genealogy and I could see it, you know, right in front of my face, and I've gotten all the way back to the 1500s, I don't have any doubts. So I like to see people on the panel like this who also have that realization collectively. So I think that was a dope question that Lost asked.
Yeah, for sure.
And my people go back to 1584. That's what I seen on my father's side. So I love you for that, because 15 acre, how you? No, this is just how far they was doing it. I'm new to it, you know, but I'm learning, and this is what it showed. When I get better at this panel, I can show my evidence, because that's what I like to do. But that one word, man, I don't know, y'all just make me feel just so welcome. I'm lost for words. Just hearing people speak, so I'm gonna shut up, and I want to hear everybody else.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, it's not. Yeah, once you get into it, you'll start finding things. I'm doing this for a while for other people, and yeah, family search is being ridiculous right now. Albany, Georgia. Like somebody, yeah, Buku, what's up?
Bunku?
What's down?
Not much. We're chopping it up.
Your grandma said we was Indian. I mean, this is what I think, you know, and respect to everybody and their self-identity. This ain't no disrespect. Like, I think that there are Afro-Native Black American people, but I just personally think that they mix with the Native people. And I think that most Black Americans, you know, come from various parts of the world, like Africa and different migrations. But so far, I don't believe that we're Native Indigenous collectively to the Americas, well, at least to the United States.
How far you go back in your tree?
Hold on, I got to sneeze, my bad, hold on. Bet I'm outside, allergies and shit. What you said?
I said, how far you go back in your tree?
My tree goes back to, you talking about my like genealogy or my DNA results?
Your genealogy.
My genealogy on my daddy's side, it went pretty far back. It went it's generation to generation to generation. I want to say, damn, it's hard to say what exact year, but it went far back to before the 1800s, definitely like early 1800s, close to the 1700s, like that. Yeah.
So are you stuck?
Oh, my bad. On one side, bro. By the way, because only one side of mine so far has that. Yeah.
And so on your dad's side, you said about the early 1800s. Did you find any of your family members from Africa?
Yeah, my daddy's side is North African and Middle Eastern. That's like my DNA on my daddy's side. And my mom.
No, not your DNA. Your family tree.
Yeah, what you say about it?
Your family tree. You know, like how you got the information on where your father was born and how old he is and stuff, and then his father and mother, and then his father and mother.
I don't know the exact year, but it go like, I got a chart with my people, and it go like, it's a lot of families that go all the way back to, I don't know the exact year, but it's like, I know it goes to, because the main one that I was researching was my great whatever granddad from like the 1850s, and then all of his granddads and their grandads, and it just kept going all the way back until there was nothing left. And I don't know that year, but it kept going far back.
So are you talking about like through, because I think we're confusing the two, because you know when you do your family tree, that's basically like documents and records on like Ancestry.com or Family Search, but then DNA test, that's a whole nother thing.
Yeah, so my genealogy, like paperwork that shows my grandfather's going all the way back, that's what I'm talking about. The one that goes all the way back to, you know, whatever. So
basically your father was born in Africa.
No, my father was born in America, but I'm saying my great grandfather, like if I keep going down the list, they in America, but none of them like Native American people.
Yeah, but none of them are African. They were all born here, right?
Right, but their ancestors that was brought here, if they was brought here, because my ancestors, I have a unique situation. So they North African and Middle Eastern, so they either mixed when they got here, or they mixed with the West African people.
Well, see, I get what you're saying, but you know, I just wanted to, you know what I'm saying, just give you some enlightenment along the way. Like, you know what I'm saying, like until you know, it's probably not too good to just already pre-think what your history is, because you know, we all been lied to. You know what I'm saying? And I believe we owe it all to ourselves to know the actual stock that we come from. And these DNA tests, they don't use actual countries, they use regions. The places like Nigeria and terms like Ghana and all of that, those are modern day terms. Those are names that was given around the 1900s. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and it's for entertainment. Hold on, it's for entertainment, educational purposes only, though. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, my ancestors are not sub-Saharan African though. That's why I say for me, it might be different than the average Black person, but my ancestors are from North Africa. So the West African.
But how do you know that?
Because I did like all my ancestry, everything.
That's what I'm saying. You did a DNA test.
Yeah, the DNA, even the genealogy, even the names of my grandfather on my daddy's side, even their names, like
What's their names?
back. they got names like something that like I'm not gonna say it. I don't want to get to that argument, but basically they got names that make sense. It makes sense. That's all I can say.
But well, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I just think that you should just, you know, there's people out here who can help you with your genealogy. And I'm not trying to force nothing on nobody, but I know that even myself, I'm down to the 1100s in my genealogy. None of my people came from Africa. I actually have over 18,000 acres of air land. I have deeds, actual deeds in my hand, possession of my family's old plantation. These people have built oil rigs. They have actually created mines on my soil, gold mines, diamond mines. Some of the city halls and libraries and stuff was actually built by my family. You get what I'm saying? Actually owned by my family. So, bro, like, the more and more I went down, it was just like, man, it kind of made me upset because I'm like, this is messed up.
I think Afro Native is a real thing. I just think it's Afro Native. So I think
Afro Native. That's not.
Who are Afro Natives?
Yeah.
Who are those people? What tribe would they be?
I think Native American people mixed with a lot of black people, and that's
like, nah.
Okay, so can I ask you a question, good brother, regarding contact with the American Indian tribes here in its earliest parts? Can you describe to me what they said those people look like?
It said that some people was reclassified black.
No, I'm not talking about reclassified. I'm talking about reading
like the Library of Congress and like.
No. That ain't what I'm asking you. I'm asking you about the primary source explorer information.
It's hard to hear you guys.
I know. That's why I'm over here. It's okay. I'm in a space where I can't be, heard too well. What I'm asking you is, have you ever read the primary source information regarding the first contact with the American people here?
Yeah.
What did they say those people look like?
It says that if you read into the documentation of how they were described by all the explorers, none of them was described as like a Negroid black person.
Shit, by who?
Not described.
But like John Dawkins, Columbus, all the explorers, all the people who came, they all described.
One second, yo. Go ahead. Hold on.
Like nobody really describes them looking like us.
All right, what about William? What about William Penn? Why do you describe the Lenni Lenape?
I think that some people are Afro Native, but I don't think that's the
no. And do you know how William?
That's not.
Hold on. Do you know how William Penn described the Lenni Lenape?
And all those was theories.
No. I'm asking. Do you know how William Penn described the Lenni Lenape?
No.
He said they had black skin.
Yeah, but skin isn't. The skin color isn't synonymous. Hold on.
Who else can be black? Who else has black skin?
So I'm trying to educate y'all because my ancestry people got dark skin and they're not sub-Saharan African. So
does black mean sub-Saharan African?
No, your skin color.
So if black doesn't deal with skin color, then why were Indians classified as black then?
Because it's a false classification.
It's a false classification. So if he said they had black complexion, right? What does that mean? They had a black complexion.
Melanin doesn't make you sub-Saharan Negroid though.
That's a racist term. What's a sub-Saharan Negro? That's racist.
Person who's from the affinity of the people who are West Indigenous and Central Africans. They're not the same people as Asian people, European people, North African people.
So sub-Saharan African is a racist term made by Europeans. So what were they called prior to sub-Saharan?
So it depends on who was calling them it. So
what is a sub-Saharan African?
If the Greeks were looking at them, they might lump them all up together and call them Ethiopians back in the day. If a native, it depends on what group is calling them what they're calling them. That's going to give them a different name. But in reality, biological reality, they're not the same people though.
So if black is a false classification, then what is black?
It's a false classification.
Okay, then so that's an umbrella of many different people, right?
You said black?
Yeah, many people
Yeah.
fall under the black classification historically, right?
Socially, but biologically, that would be an incorrect classification.
There's no biological factor to determine black or white. There's none.
Because black is a social construct created.
Yeah, it's a social contract. So biologically, so there's no such thing as being biologically black.
You're conflating two different arguments. If you're saying that dark skin is black, oh yeah, then black people was all over here.
Dark skin people,
that they're the same group of people that are associated with the transatlantic slave trade, then no, that's the two different.
How many people came during the transatlantic slave trade?
It's argued. Scholars widely argue what that number is. A lot of people.
What do they say now? Yeah, what do they say? The United States. We talking about the United States at 13
United
colonies.
States got the least amount. The Caribbean's got the most amount.
Yeah. So what's the number for the United States?
From the beginning all the way to the end?
Yeah, from the beginning all the way to the end. Yeah.
Millions.
Fuck no. Fuck no.
It was 388,000.
It's not even 300. It's not even 388,000.
Oh, you're talking about the amount that was put on the boats or the amount that came out of the which one?
The ones that disembarked. The ones that disembarked in the United States.
In just the United States?
Yeah.
Oh, this is a couple 100,000.
No, it's 93,000.
Is it? Yeah, but here's the thing.
They just updated it.
When you say no, do you mean the United States?
Hold on, time out.
And Jamaica and all that? Or you just mean just like from New York to Texas?
Hold on, sweetheart. Now we about to play this game called evidence. Okay.
Y'all are derailing the conversation.
Yeah. Let's go to the boat.
Y'all see that? Look at that. Look. You see that? Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. In case you was wondering. Y'all see that?
Mm-hmm.
This is you see that? You see that?
Oh, what's up? That's Prince.
Yeah. In case y'all didn't know, let's get reckless. So while I'm over here pulling up this green screen, I call Cat, and now I need you to prove whoever you decided to believe on here. I need you to back up your claim with some evidence. Okay, good baby? Because I'm about to drop a link on you. No.
You asking me a question, you're going to do the music?
I said, I need you. I need you to get ready. Because, baby, you have to show me your source. Slavevoyages.org. Do y'all see that number? That was the most recent update. Right there. Do you see this? It's from 1500.
Yeah, I see it.
I'm trying to explain to y'all, right?
And this is everybody of the trade. This ain't even just Africans. Slow down, good baby. Don't run so fast.
So look, what's what I'm trying to say, right? When you bring
No, stop right here.
If I can't talk, I'm going to drop, bro.
I'm dropping. I said, get your evidence. I'm finna show you what I'm talking
about. It's all good.
So the first number were all African origins who ultimately ended up disembarking in the United States, whether mainland Spanish or American. And we're talking about mainland USA from 1500.
Right, so you're going to let me talk? So
I just see, can you recognize the number?
So I think what y'all got to understand, right? If you classify black people as anybody with dark skin, then I have to agree with you. Yes, they was here first. But if we're talking about a particular set of people, Western and Central Africans, they have dark skin as well, but they do not come from the same people over the course of the thousands of years of civilization. So no, if you're saying that we're black people here, according to the white supremacist perspective of blackness, then yes. But if you're talking about that group of people, that heritage of people, no, they're two different groups and two different heritages of people.
Who was black before? Who was black?
I would agree with him. The 13,000 that we're talking about are different people groups. Now I need you to figure out which one of them 13,000 is your granddaddy.
They already.
They're documented. No.
I already know where this is going to go. It's going to be an argument.
There's no argument, honey. I'm gonna make it real simple. What I did for the room is I pulled up a screenshot of slavevoyages.org. I didn't change anything other than the words disembark. Where did they get off the
So
boat?
I want to educate you on something, right? Let me go. So a lot of the voyages, right? You had merchants, you had the captain of the boat, you had the officers, you had the sailors, and you had the slaves, okay? Usually you're supposed to get the go from someone to be able to go on a voyage because the voyage gets backed by insurance. But a lot of them didn't get the okay from the merchants to do what they did, which is why a lot of the boats didn't get accounted for document-wise. So a lot of the boats that hold on, let me finish.
You cut me off. You cut my question off and my presentation off 3 different times to give me unprovable wording of opinions. I need you to get your sources together, baby. Debate me for real.
Listen, I already received.
If you're going, because I didn't get to present my evidence in full, you're trying to pipe your narrative on 2 screenshots without allowing me to even explain what the fuck they meant.
Oh, you went to Morgan. You know what I'm talking about.
All I'm asking is that you respect me.
Oh, I went to Morgan. Morgan ain't teach us shit about nothing. Hold on 1 second. Morgan ain't teach us shit about nothing.
Ain't teach you nothing, but I learned a lot of Morgan.
I was in the African diaspora class. Morgan's not even an Afrocentric school. Like when I was
I wanted to be objective. I don't want it to be Afrocentric.
Oh yeah, 1 second. When I went to Morgan, right? When I was pushing that Pan-African shit, nobody gave a fuck at Morgan. Nobody gave a fuck there. Like I'm telling, it wasn't no African Pan-African school. And I'm from Baltimore, so I go to Morgan all the goddamn time. So you know, it's like it's never been that way. They didn't teach us shit about they had 1 African diaspora class. That's it.
I took like 8, bro. It depends on your path. Look, everybody path different, but I'll say this, right? You're not gonna get full documentation of all of the people who came on the slave trade because you're not supposed to get it because there was a purpose of them not documenting everything that they did. I can't finish my statement.
Oh, 1 second. 1 second. It's too many mics going on. It's too many mics going. It's too many mics. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Go ahead.
Whoa.
Go ahead, receipt.
Yeah, so
go ahead.
We are the people who actually we record everything, okay? And basically what you're speaking of is the barter system, okay? When you understand it's the exchange of goods, products, and services. When you're talking about sailing in boats in Africa compared to the map, compared to the maps, bro, ain't no way anybody would have been able to make it. Number one, the amount of people that was needed on these boats, or they quote unquote said was supposed to be on these boats. You know the amount of gallons of water that they would have needed. The fact that these voyages took so long, where were they going to stop? Secondly, we didn't have canned goods. How was they going to survive? Like it makes no sense. That's how you know when it comes to the actual transatlantic slave trade story from front to back about what everybody's regurgitating from this Pan-African ideal. You have to understand that ideal was not created until the 1900s, period.
So I'm going to ask you a question, Receipt.
Hold on.
I hear what you're saying. I get it. Let me ask you a question.
How
did white people get here? Same guy here get here.
Wait,
how did millions of white people get into America if boat travel is something impossible?
They came around Ellis Island time. Let's just keep that one
here because they traveled on boats and it works.
Hold on, man. You over talking already.
Come on, y'all.
And you over talking because you're not making no sense. What I'm saying is, what you think these Spanish conquistadors and all of that, right? You think that they're just recessive? They were melanated people. Period. So what I'm saying is, when you understand where these lands was and what they were named prior before, there's no evidence today.
But there's no evidence.
There's no evidence today that's going to bring a boat from here to Africa or from Africa.
Oh no, you said there's no evidence of what?
No. There's no evidence of what? Evidence that there may have been reclassifications of certain groups of people, Black Americans here, but there's no evidence that we were collectively the native indigenous tribe of the entire America.
Speak for you. Hold on, speak for your own family.
They classify whites as
hold on, 1 second. Speak for y'all. Need to
There's
start
no,
speaking
there's
for
no
your.
evidence or no proof.
Hold on, 1 second.
Well,
1
there-
second.
okay,
1
let me
second.
reword what I'm saying.
1 second. Yeah, speak for your own. Folks need to
that point.
Folks need to speak for their own families. Folks need to speak for their own families. Hold on 1 second. People need to speak for their own families.
My grandma said I'm Indian.
Hold on 1 second. I got this, y'all. Like folks need to start speaking for their own families.
My grandma said
Hold
I'm
on.
Indian.
Can you shut up? Like goddamn, yeah. Like yeah, this is the Thomasine Jordan Act and federal recognition, right? We're gonna go to Title 4, Section 404. Right? If there's no proof that folks were Indians, right? Our folks is Indians, right? Then so be it. But let's look at it, right? Let's look at section 57. The Virginia Vital Statistics Bureau classified all non-reservation Indians as Negro. All it took is to not be on a reservation to be classified as Negro as an Indian.
Right, because of the one drop rule, but they
It wasn't. It don't. Where does it say one drop rule in this section?
Listen, you're talking about people who.
No. Where does it say? Let's read it verbatim. Right, we're gonna read it. The Virginia Vital Statistics Bureau classified as non-reservation Indians as non-reservation. It don't say shit about a one drop rule.
You're not understanding, right? Is this what you're talking about? Is a portion of Black Americans who are Afro-Native, right? That doesn't apply to the entire land of all of the Americas. That's a stretch for you to use.
That's not even a stretch. All right, we could go all. I can go through Maryland. Hold on. Why y'all remove? You ain't got to drop them. Like I could go through Maryland. I can show you the same that shit happened in Maryland, North Carolina. What else? I can show you. Different many states. It didn't just happen in Virginia. It happened everywhere. That's the thing, right?
A reclassification is not proof that you are the native indigenous tribes of all of the Americas.
When did people start?
Years, bro.
When did people start getting classified as Indian?
When transatlantic slave trade.
No, show me when people started getting classified as Indian. My moderators are like my moderators are doing.
Chill. I'm not cutting you off.
But yeah, when were people classified as Indian?
I can't answer the question.
Hold on, chill out, y'all. Chill out.
Oh, when the transatlantic slave trade happened and then plantation slavery took place, they still constantly was pushing native indigenous peoples into their own lands, as well as in Mexico and Central America, right? So there was an influx of Black Americans who were fleeing all through. Some of the Native American tribes owned some Black Americans, and they would mix with each other. Then they would be misclassified as Negro or Native due to the caste system that they created. But that is not proof that Black Americans and nobody else. Hold on.
I got this. Hold on. Let me keep it between me and him.
That doesn't prove that Black Americans, as we recognize them today, who mainly descend from Western Central Africa, right, are the indigenous tribes that have been on this land for thousands of years prior to the transatlantic slave trade. And if it does, it's most likely a few tribes, but not the collective whole. So y'all are taking trying to apply it to the entire Black American diaspora when that's just not objectively true.
Okay, who were the first people to come to Virginia? What Africans? What year did they come to Virginia?
Came with Jamestown, Virginia. It was like 12 or 13 niggas. And
yeah,
it was
20
servants, and then they took them back to Europe and took them back to Africa and all that shit.
They didn't come back. They didn't go to Europe. What are we talking about?
Yeah,
I know that they have names. You know they have names, right?
Yeah, they came out. They came here. It was actually just a few in Jamestown, Virginia. It wasn't a lot, actually.
It was 20.
They did go back on a voyage, and they had to meet the queen. They had conversations about what they're doing, and then they came back again. That's what happened around the Virginia, Jamestown.
You know they have names and descendants, right?
Right, but this is just one small portion of Black Americans.
Yeah, it's one small portion that have that lineage. Can you name slave manifests? Can you show me one?
that doesn't
No, no, no,
if
no,
I
no, no,
can't do
no.
that, if I can't do that, that doesn't dispel what I'm saying though. If I can't
It
tell you
does
a
dispel what
particular
you're saying.
document, that doesn't dispel the entire gist
Yes.
of what I'm telling you.
So what? You don't have nothing tangible to prove what you're saying. Where's the
The tangible,
tangibility?
the tangible proof is in a lot of shit. If y'all don't mute
What's
me,
what's the tangible proof? Show
the
me
tangible
primary sources.
archaeological evidence, ancient remains, cultural linguistics, haplogroup migrations, people who witnessed it and wrote in their diaries, the sailors who were on the boats, Christopher Columbus's diaries. I mean, bro, this is ridiculous, right?
Christopher Columbus. Okay, what about? But when we tell you about William Penn, you didn't even know about. Hold on one second. When I told you about William Penn, you didn't even know about that. What did John Smith do? How did John Smith? How did John Smith describe the Indians?
I don't. Okay, maybe I don't know every single explorer.
One second.
Maybe I don't know every single teeny one, right?
But yeah,
I'm talking about
but there's the
collectively, y'all. Like collectively.
What about William Byrd? What about William Byrd? Huh? And you're talking about Christopher Columbus. That's your only source.
This is crazy, bro. So listen, just because I don't have one source of a particular explorer, you're ignoring a
multitude of
years. I named three. You only named Chris. You only named Chris.
You don't know this one NBA player. You don't know NBA basketball.
Hold on one second. You are.
That makes sense.
No, we're talking about people that have talked to First Contact Nations. I descend from First Contact Nations.
I'm just curious.
Hold on. I got it.
The first inhabitants of the Americas, right?
First Contact.
Most scholars agree it wasn't before about 30,000 years ago. Most scholars agree that it came from the Siberian Strait. Most scholars agree that they branched off into their own mutations over the years. All the archaeological evidence, all the mummies they take out the ground, all the DNA, even the Afrocentric people who are professionals in this, they even widely agree that most Black Americans descend from a particular place. Now, that doesn't mean all, but the collective, right? Most of them descend from a particular place. Then you got rare people like me who don't descend particularly from West Africa. However, my North African ancestors must have
put some names on it
with them over time.
Y'all need to put some names on it. Who are these people?
My whole thing, though.
Hold on one second. I got this, y'all. I got this. I'm trying to talk.
The approach that you're having is it's a fallacy.
I've done my genealogy, sir. I've done my You can't tell me about my family. Do you know my family? Who are the first?
Maybe you have native, right? Maybe you're Afro-Native, but you're not the collective.
I'm not Afro. I'm not Afro-Native. Who are the first? Name the first time.
But you're not a representation. Just like I'm not.
I am the representation. Like who are the first? Can you name me the first contact nation? Hold on. Can you name me the first contact nation in Virginia, sir?
What about Texas? What about Florida? What about Hispaniola? What about Belize? What about all this other? What about everywhere, bro? You can't use Virginia for the entire diaspora.
I'm talking about my family, sir. We talking about families. You don't even know your
family. I don't know. You heard me?
Yeah, exactly. I'm telling you, I'm an Indian. I come from First Contact Nation. As a collective, you don't even know your family, so you can't even speak to the collective.
I know mine. I already did mine. I'm just not in denial about it.
What's your oldest ancestor? Name your oldest ancestor. What year were they born? What year were they born?
Not knowing your oldest ancestor doesn't dispel.
Yes, I can name you an ancestor in the 1400s. Can you?
They burn records.
You know, slaves had names, right?
Burn records. You're not so. That's like asking about
everywhere. They burn records everywhere.
So Alexander the Great, did he burn libraries, bro? So we not supposed to know all the
fucking Egypt. They dug Egypt. They dug Egypt up. They dug Egypt up a few years ago.
I'm using an example. They burn documents. They burn books. When I was in Louisiana and Katrina happened, we lost school documents. That don't mean I didn't go to high school at Ouachita Parish. You heard me? So the documents isn't the proof that all Black Americans are Native Indigenous.
Who said all of them were?
You.
Who said that? When did I say all of them were? Who said all?
Y'all are the ones who are fucking it up for the people who are really Native American.
Name me 10 Indian tribes east of the Mississippi.
Bro, there's more than 10 Native tribes.
It's over 1,000. It's over 1,000. So how can we not descend from the people if it's over 1,000, sir? Did they all look alike? Huh? Did they all look alike?
What does that have to do with it, bro?
Did they all practice the same culture? If I ask you to name me 10 tribes east of the Mississippi, can you do that?
What does that have to do with the argument?
That's because you don't know about these people. That's why we're telling y'all about these people. You don't know.
How does that
Can
prove
you?
your position?
You can't
I
even
don't know
name.
about Korean culture, but I know.
Yeah.
they're
So
not
why are you trying to
embarrassing.
tell us? So why are you trying to tell us what we are if you don't know about us? Huh? I told you I'll come from a
I'm
first
not
contact.
talking over him. We just talking. You ain't gotta
I
mute.
told you I come from a first contact tribe. Can you name that tribe? No, you don't.
I'm not listening. The argument isn't about you. It's about
It is about me. It's
collective
about me.
African.
No, it's about me.
You native. Okay, cool. Here's some cookies.
I'm
Now,
Indian.
The rest of Black Americans,
I'm Indian.
the rest of Black Americans and the rest of the
All right.
diaspora, they don't agree. with the
Anybody
fact that
drop in the chat if you're an Indian. Drop if you're an Indian in the goddamn chat.
This shit crazy.
Yeah, drop if you're an Indian in the goddamn chat. All the black people in here, all the melanated people, drop if you're an Indian in the goddamn chat. It's not just about me. We study our family. You're talking to people that study their families. I've been to the archives, right? Most records are in person. Libraries. Right. Most records are in person. You got to go to state libraries to do your genealogy.
I already did my genealogy. None of them Native American. I didn't already.
How do you know? How do you know?
I have my genealogy.
Your genealogy or your DNA?
Yeah, I have
Do
the
it.
paperwork. I have the pictures. I have the
You
names.
just
I know
admitted
who
that
they
you
are.
didn't do it, so why are you lying now?
What do
You
I got
just
to lie
admitted that you
for?
didn't do it. Hold on, sir. You just admitted that you didn't do it. You was talking about DNA.
It's okay. He indoctrinated. That's all.
No, it's cool. Let me just go ahead, because you see, there's people out here who can read people, and every time you talk, I can see you lying. You looking up to
How
your
am I
left
lying?
the whole time. You keep looking up to the left.
Because
Like
y'all
I'm a
sound
perfect. Hold on,
crazy.
sir. Hold on, sir.
Y'all
I'm
sound
talking.
Africanist at all.
How much you get paid?
I'm not a Pan Africanist.
But you know what? You should, because
Why
you
the
show
fuck?
record.
No, I'm not.
I'm just being honest. I'm
When
gonna mute
someone
up.
disagrees with you, you don't have to label them all what you think they is. I'm not a Pan Africanist.
It's not. Okay, you ain't gotta be a Pan African. You can be a part of a fraternity. You could be a
I'm
part
not
of
pro-African.
Freemasonry. You can be a part of all sorts of stuff. So all I'm saying is that, sir, I could tell you lying. That's all I'm saying. Like, this is not a joke. People talk about their family members, and you try to hold on, stop, dude. You trying to tell people who they is, and they're explaining.
I'm not
to you
telling him
they
who
are.
he is. He said he.
Man, you said he interrupted. Like, what is this about? You want to be seen today? You want attention?
You lying, you capping, you moving the conversation.
Winston,
That's
you
what
funny
you
as
doing?
hell, Winston.
Yeah, this nigga say he Native American. Cool. I'm not talking about him.
Who?
I'm talking about Black American people as a whole. Y'all muting me because you know
Bro,
you,
stop calling us Black
you
Americans.
can't prove it.
Number one, stop calling us Black Americans. You don't even know what a social construct is. That's the sad part about it. You talked about social
I ain't
constructs.
no Native
You know
American.
that has
I'm
nothing to do
an
with skin
Indian.
color, right? That has nothing to do with skin color. And the people that they labeled as Black or African aren't us. Do you understand? Do you know what the Africans really look like? They don't look like the modern day Africans to me.
You teaching pseudo history, love.
You can't teach me nothing.
You lie, y'all lying on history.
I don't know. It's always somebody behind
Like somebody, you ain't lying on nobody's history. It's like if you say you just say from a North African, you're not part of the transatlantic slave trade. Sorry,
I didn't say I wasn't a part of the slave trade. Now y'all just coming up with shit.
So no, you said you're a. You said aren't you a North? Aren't you a North African? Hold on, I'm having a call. I'm having a construct. You said you're North. You said you're North African, right?
My North African ancestors must have migrated into West Africa and mixed with them, or came to America during slavery and mixed with them here. So if y'all have fucking comprehension skills, y'all would know I'm
listening to you. Must have. Do you know?
Have you ever heard of the Fula people? Do you know they have North African ancestry too? All right.
Yeah,
so
they're Arabs. Hold on. The Fula are Arabs. No, they're Arabs.
The Fulani people mixed with West Africans. Some of them are Arabs
too. They're Arabs that mix with other Arabs.
Be so uneducated.
Hold on, 1 second. Hold on. What's the Fula oral tradition, sir? Tell me about your people.
Y'all be loud and wrong as hell.
Hold on 1 second. Because you ain't show no sources.
Let me educate you.
Fula or tribe origin.
Known as the Berbers from the Arabs, because the Arabs and the Amazigh people are not the same people.
The Fula tribe are an African tribe believed to have come from Northern Africa. Though there is some debate, they have originated in the goddamn Middle East. just like a lot of African tribes, right? Hold on, we about to.
The Fula have been proven to have some people.
Let's look at these scholars. Let's look at these scholars. Let's look at these scholarly works of African scholars, right? So yeah, let's look at it. Oh, the Yoruba people, right? These are from African scholars. Views about the Aduduwa connection and the origins of the Yoruba. The Yoruba people of Nigeria. Hold on 1 second. Various ethnic groups around the world, and particularly Africa, are finding it necessary to establish clearer history pertaining to their origins. While some ethnic groups use their history of origins to reaffirm their unity, others find solace in defining their identities. Though the history of the origins, there are other people, like in different parts of the world, who believe that their ancestral roots can be traced to Africa, like some African Americans. Moreover, a number of Africans and the Caribbean have sponsored research studies that can give them knowledge regarding of their origins with Africa. Some of the most popular ethnic groups and some Africans in the diaspora associated their origins with the Hausa, the Igbo, the Yoruba, the Mande, the Akan, and many more. The Yoruba people in particular are found in various parts of Nigeria, including Nigeria, Togo, and Benin, right? There's also connection with practices of those similar to the Caribbean. This Yoruba culture is likely spread in many parts of the world, which suggests Yoruba people can be traced and can be described as people that found it difficult to forfeit their culture and things like that, right? Now, if we go on to the next part of this article, hold on 1 second, the conclusion. This is the conclusion. There are various theories of the Yoruba origin, which include the Arab, the Jewish, the Irita, and the local Egyptian origin of Yorubas. Many more Yoruba people believe in the Arab origin because their theory is popularly linked to the East, right? Why are people in Africa saying they're linked to different parts of the goddamn world?
So let me educate. So look, you went off on
No.
Education, because you're not
You ain't educated me on. Are you going to tell Africa? I'm reading sources.
Okay,
it's the same sources.
Let me educate you on what that means. Even in Africa, right, there are migrating tribes. Some of those tribes do come from North and East Africa. Some other tribes have oral tradition that is not backed by objective facts that they come from North and East Africa. So the Fula people are one of the very minorities amount of people who do have traces of North African and Middle Eastern DNA. So you can believe culturally and linguistically and orally that you're the Israelites, or that you come from North Africa, and actually don't.
Most of them do.
A tribe in Africa who does have roots that go back. That's the difference between like the Yoruba people and the Igbo people, who in general don't have objective DNA affinity to North and East Africa, compared to the Fula people who do have a DNA objective affinity to North Africa, Northeast, and the Mediterranean. So what you're reading is about culture, oral tradition, and linguistics.
Yeah, or oral tradition. So when did science become more important than oral tradition?
Because the story is that the Israelites migrated into West Africa.
I've been hearing a lot of retarded.
Hold on, don't cut me off. I don't cut him off.
Hold on.
The Israelite story is that the Israelites dispersed into a diaspora in Europe, South Africa, and other parts of West Africa and East Africa. And then those particular people migrated into tribes, mixed with them over time, and then was put into the slave trade. That's what it's about in Africa. Nigeria is a British colonial terminology that was placed on them. Nigeria was just made not too long ago, just like India and Pakistan and other places of the Middle East. The British will call it something, but the tribes of people there are either indigenous or not. So you're explaining the same.
Hold on, Tyrone. Hold on, y'all. Love and land.
So what I'm basically trying to tell you is, right, me and my ancestors are North African. They predate the transatlantic slavery, and they predate the Arabs going into North Africa and the conquistadors, on the colonization efforts, right? That's why most North African people will have an Arabized language, because they were colonized typically by the Arab people. However, they're not the same people as the Arabs. They have mixed ancestry with the Arab people, just like a lot of you have mixed ancestry with the Native American people.
I don't have mixed ancestry.
Classifications have you thinking that you're African, but you're mixed with Native. You're not.
Who's mixed with Native? Hold on. Name 5 Africans that came to the United States.
Oh my God.
Name 5 of them. I can name you 5.
This is crazy, bro.
Yo, I'm gonna name
So
Africans
if I
that
don't
came
name
to the.
5
Hold on.
Africans that came, everything I just said
Yeah,
is incorrect because I don't know
yes.
5 African
No,
niggas
1 second, because
from
if you
400
can't
years
name
ago.
if you can't name an African for yourself, right? So why should I believe you? Yeah, if you can't name that, hold on. Michael Gowan, the Gowan family. Hold on, the Gowans family. That's one, right? You got the Cornish family, right? You got the Sweat family. You got the Punch family. John Punch has descended. He's the first person to be sentenced to a lifetime of indentured servitude. Barack Obama is one of his descendants, right? You got the Mozingo family. They're connected to Queen Anne Africans that came to the United States.
What does that have to do with anything?
If you can't name people's African ancestors, stop calling them African.
You're not supposed to because they strip their names from them in their culture or their lineage.
Hold on one second. Hold on one.
Why would I be able to name
1
them?
second.
If they were slaves?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. If the Mozingos can keep their name, right?
Oh my God, bro!
Hold on.
What's serious?
Oh, I'm serious. I'm dead ass serious. Why
You're
did the
telling me
Mozingos?
the name of people who were stripped of their names.
Mozingo. Hold on. Mozingo is from Angola. That's an Angola name.
Listen, the fact that most of
all right, let's source up. Hold up, source up. Yeah. Why don't you show a source? Source up.
Source.
Right. Yes.
Darby,
Source up.
You said the Goans was African.
Oh, bro, this is crazy.
The Goans, some of them are. I wouldn't say all of them, but some of them.
I was about to say,
Bro, you said Africans didn't have guns? Yeah, they did. They made their own designs.
Bro, my source is Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, what they wrote, what they talk about, what their grandparents said. My source is the writings in the oldest churches in America that have the
hold up,
writings
look,
of black
so
slaves.
Douglas is actually gonna tie into your Scottish right? So Douglas gonna tie right back into Dublin, okay?
This is embarrassing, bro.
Ain't
Nah,
nobody.
that's just the house.
Yeah, I bet it would. I bet it
okay?
would be embarrassing if I can't show no sources in providing anything to anybody, right?
Bro,
So yeah, this is Edward Duarte Mozinga, right? This is his final grade. He came to Jamestown in like the 1600s. Oh, look, a recorded African, right? The Portuguese had been trading on the African coast about 1472. Blah, right? And it talks about how the Mozingo family ties to Queen Nzinga. According to John Thornton, right? He believes the American Mozinga is the earliest variation of this Congo name preserved in Virginia. Oh, here's a source saying that Mozinga is a preserved African.
An Afro native in Virginia.
Ain't nobody.
Y'all really don't understand that. Y'all don't get it. Y'all really don't get it.
I'm not an Afro native. Proof that I'm an Afro native.
He dropped and ran away.
Like,
Niggas be saying dumb ass shit. You never hear a nigga say a European native ever. So why the fuck is there a fucking Afro indigenous? You niggas are idiotic. I swear to God, you niggas are idiotic. Oh, my nana.
Somebody dropped him. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out. My whole thing is though. He said it wasn't no records like to prove these people was African. So how you know these people was African if it wasn't no records? Is it by assumption or is it by what the YT people is telling us? How do we know that they're telling the truth? Because there's no
that's
records.
something that I question when they started talking about them burning the records. If they burnt the records, then how the hell did they maintain the records showing these folks came from Africa?
How the Mormons got your shit too.
There's a map in the Library of Congress, right? That a European.
Have you been there?
You know about
Hold on. I don't be cutting y'all off, man.
What's up?
There's literally maps that European explorers who documented themselves as European explorers and have been worldly recognized and proven to be European explorers who have slave coast maps. They literally have maps that show where they're going to go get slaves, literally predating the actual plantation slavery. You niggas is tripping, all right? They're not going to create.
Show us source. Show us the source. Source up. We wait for you to source up.
Right now.
Source up. You gotta go to effects. You gotta go to effects. You gotta go to effects and click on
Library
grayscale.
of Congress has facts and documents of maps that were made pre plantation slavery, and they have slave coast on maps in various locations where they would go get slaves. There's documents of the Portuguese coming in to do business with different chiefs and rulers of their kingdoms to go snatch slaves and put them on there. This predates American documentation that you're talking about.
Which way did they go? Did they go to West Africa? Like
no, they went to Hispaniola, which is now known as the Dominican Republic. They went to Brazil. They went to Central America.
Okay. So look. Where did the Portuguese go? Which way did the Portuguese go from Portugal to Africa? Listen to what I'm saying, Buku. Which way did the Portuguese go from Africa? Well, from Portugal to Africa to come to America.
So
which way did they go?
Portuguese took most of their captives, their war captives, most of the time to what you call Brazil, like that area, Colombia.
But which
right?
way
Spaniards
did they take?
So how does that got to do with your black ass in the United States?
Each European country had a different land that they wanted to conquer as theirs, and they would go to war about it sometimes, right?
So Buku.
Hold on. Y'all keep
going to Brazil got to do with you?
I'm trying to answer one question at a time. The Portuguese would take them down to Brazil, sometimes to Colombia.
But you've been long-winded, bro.
I'm trying to
hold on, Tyrone. Look, let me clarify my question. So, from Portugal, you have to venture through Europe and then get to Africa to even get these African slaves to bring them to what you call Hispaniola, which really Hispaniola is the Iberian Peninsula.
What?
So how the hell and where and which way
Republic in Haiti?
And which way did the Portuguese take to travel throughout that route?
Reese, Hispaniola is not what you just said. It's
but that don't matter. That don't matter. Which way did they go?
It does matter.
From Portugal. Which way did they?
I'm trying to tell you. So the Portuguese, the Spaniards, the Europeans, they're not new to Africa. They've been doing business and had multiple migrations. This isn't like, I just stumbled across Africa as a hominid walking on all fours. They have been doing trade, have been doing business. This isn't something like
you're right about that. They was looking for India. A faster way to go to India is what your bud was saying.
So they were in Africa, right? The Portuguese or whoever was colonizing shit, doing business with the indigenous West Africans to sell who they were setting on their ports. This is why the maps have slave coasts.
Okay, so with those ports, right? So with those ports,
follow the current.
So again, Buku, with those ports coming from Portugal, all right?
No, the ports are coming from West Africa, not Portugal. The Portuguese.
Okay, so if they coming from West, if they Portuguese ships.
No, they're ships. Oh my God.
Okay. So you saying that they came from West Africa and ported in coast ports along Portugal, and then they come from Europe to the West Indies?
No. Have you ever heard of the European expansion period and how they got around where they got and how they mapped and went anywhere that they went? The European
Yeah. The Spanish actually came from the other side. They came from basically the western coast of America.
Right.
That's the closest that they came from down the south upon Florida and shit. Now the English, the British, they the ones that came from like Scandinavia and Nova Scotia and Netherlands area and shit. That's why I'm asking this question. Because the Portuguese didn't take that route the British took.
Why would they take the route the British took if they're not taking them to the
So Buku, what he asking you is like, if you were to give me directions to go somewhere today, you would tell me what street to turn on. Can you tell us what route they tell us the journey of one boat and how they
from Africa, right? Now, every slave voyage is different. They're not all the same, and they don't all come from the same place. But the Portuguese aren't just
boating from Portugal to South America. They follow the current, generally speaking, to get to where they're trying to go. And they had to acquire maps, they had to go on the voyages, and they had to know what they was doing because a lot of the boats wouldn't make it. It was a lot to it, right? But for the most part, the Portuguese people had an affinity in Africa. Right? The Spaniard.
The one place that the Portuguese went was Angola. Can you tell us how, when they left Portugal and went to Angola, can you tell us precisely which route they would go to get to Brazil?
I don't know. They teleported, bro. I don't know. Maybe they got on the
So
coast.
they teleported.
Maybe they took a boat. So it's the same fucking way they got there with slaves on a boat.
That's not true, brother.
And you gotta make logical
Don't overcomplicate
sense.
that. Don't overcomplicate that
Buku,
statement.
you have
The
to make
same
this
conquest
shit
they went.
make logical sense.
Listen, slavery didn't start at the same time that Europeans explored. They explored
But you are
first.
talking about a people, bruh.
Right.
You talking
So
about a
I'm telling you,
people, and
the
you
pe- the
literally said
European
they
people-
teleported.
Y'all
Like
niggas is slow
this
as
is
fuck, bro.
not making
Ain't no way.
sense,
Y'all
Buku.
niggas slow.
I'm sorry.
Doesn't make sense,
You do
Buku.
you do know majority of Europeans they hold on. You do know majority of Europeans they get here to the 1900s, right? You do know that. You know the big ass first cargo ship, right? It has nothing but Europeans on it.
So look,
To
Osiris,
America.
let me ask you a question, right? Before slavery, how did Columbus get to the Americas? How did any explorer get to the Americas? What route did they
Both. Did they have big ass cargo ships? Yes or
take?
no?
That ain't the question I asked you. Did any did any European people before slavery? Did any European people come to the Americas?
Before slavery and
Yeah, but it
colonization?
wasn't the transatlantic voyage.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I can't. I got it. Keep it to
Before
me.
slavery, did any European people come to the Americas?
See, he just trying to ask the question because he don't know the route.
On a ship. On a ship. On a
So
ship.
they know how to
Yes.
get to America.
He don't know the route, so he trying to ask
Who
us.
do you say? Hold on. Who do they say? Telling them how to get over here?
They're trying to act like European people didn't know how to come here. How did it happen? What coast did they come from? We know that.
Come on. Hold on, y'all. Y'all being too. Hold on. I'm trying to speak. So who do they say brought him over here?
This is crazy.
Oh no, who do they say helped Christopher Columbus get over here? Because he didn't know how to get over here.
I don't know that.
It was Buku niggas.
Yeah, the Mardanos. The Mardanos. Right?
Yo, shit, bro.
Yeah.
Listen. But see, the thing is, David, again, the Spanish didn't go the way that the British came. So that transatlantic shit really didn't go down until those British folks took that voyage.
And then on top of that, ain't nobody go directly from West Africa to the United States ever in life.
Nobody said that though. No.
Well, yeah, so
said that.
Hold on 1 second. And then on top of that, 93,000 Africans came to the United States. On top of that, in 1850, the United States said there was less than 10,000 Africans on the goddamn census. So who the fuck were the black people?
Yo, there's an unparalleled amount of evidence that the native indigenous peoples who are in the Caribbeans have been there for thousands of years. And
I come from Paleo Indians.
A different group of people.
We come from Paleo Indians.
We come from people who came there.
Guess what? Those Paleo Indians were also
Taino people were there first.
They were also
1 second. Hold on 1 second. Go ahead, OG. Go
Okay, I just wanted to add this real quick. And we also have to remember that American Indians was enslaved as well. So when you hear slave, that doesn't automatically mean
it was already a 5 million Indian slave.
Yeah, especially in North America. They say they only brought 307,000 African slaves here. Meanwhile, they say that they enslaved 2.5 to 5 million American Indians. So I feel like if you see a slave in your genealogy, it's more likely that they're an American Indian just based off of the numbers. Like, it's less likely that they would be African just based off of the numbers and how many people that they enslaved.
Bro, the black people are mixed with Native American, but they're not the same exact group of people. Y'all are taking Africa and trying to
honest with you.
Hold on 1 second. This is why I asked you the question. Name 10 tribes east of the Mississippi. I'm gonna go back to that. If you can't tell me about the tribes east of the Mississippi, I want to hear nothing about people being mixed.
Bro, you knowing a few fucking tribes doesn't.
I know hundreds of tribes.
What does that have to do with the argument?
I know way more about Indians than you do.
What does that have to do?
I know
what has everything.
Like what?
What does everything have to do?
I know.
Black
way
Americans
more.
have Native American ancestry.
I know.
We all know that.
I know
that we have it.
I know way more than you do.
You know more tribes than me. How does that?
Yes,
and
they'll tell you
your point.
How does that prove? They'll tell you about their reclassification, sir. The Yamasee.
Yeah,
Have you ever?
they
Hold on.
reclassified niggas that was mixed with Native Americans.
Have you ever? How do you? Hold on. Have you ever heard of the Yamasee?
Bro,
have you ever heard?
Do you know the government at times?
Have you ever heard of it? Why do all the Yamasee look like me? And they're a recognized tribe.
He literally just agreed. He literally just said yes. They reclassified. Like so. My whole point is, what's the purpose of you having this point of contention? Are you sitting here saying yes, it's susceptible for them to reclassify you and who you are and tell you where you come from? You saying that should be acceptable?
No, what I'm telling
like,
you.
What's your point?
What my point is this: you guys are taking a reclassification of some Native American people who are mixed African and trying to paint
mixed
that.
Name the Africans. Hold on. Name the Africans people mixed with. Hold on. I'm not muting you. Name the Africans.
You know they mute the nigga that's right.
Hold on. They not. You're not right because you can't name no Africans. If I ask you to name the Africans that they mix with, go.
What does that have to do? That
you can't prove. You can't. The whole time that you can't prove anything that you have said. You can't prove it.
Listen, y'all.
I'm asking you to prove
it's
something.
It's a fallacy when you say, "Well, name something specific," and if you can't,
name something specific.
It's not
it's not proved. It's not proved.
Like me saying. That's like
hey, Buku. How come I can name Africans that came to the United States and you can't? Hold on. How come I can name? Hold on. 1 second. I'm trying to finish. I'm not finished, right? How come I can? How come I haven't? Okay. I'm pseudo, right? How come I can name Africans that came to the United States and you can't?
What does that have to do with prove the argument? Or what does that have to do?
Because I can prove your argument for you.
Just because you can name more cars than me doesn't mean I'm not a better motherfucking person who can fix a car than you.
No. This ain't it.
That's proven. Look, Buku, that is proven. Look, the thing that proves is that okay, you can trace and follow. The thing that proves is that you can trace and follow.
You ain't got no argument. You ain't got no argument, right? Because you can't prove nothing. I showed you that. I showed you Africans that came over here. I showed you.
And the thing
you
that
can't show me nothing.
Is that you can trace and follow those names, bro.
That means they were documented, sir.
Yeah, you can trace and follow those names, Buku. So that's what that proves.
So like you say,
because we can trace and follow those names, bro. So like when y'all say that the things get burnt and the records got burnt because of those slave records,
he's showing that that's a lie.
Listen, and you can trace and follow those names and see how they did mix and mingle with certain folks around. So that's the shit about it. So when you sit here and say, "Hey, what does that prove?" That literally proves that you can trace these people, and when you do trace them people, it ain't gonna say they're African.
Oh yeah, let's go to slave. They got names of Africans on slave voyages. Hold on, hold on. 1 second, y'all. Like one mic on me. They got names of slaves on slave voyages. Like, what are we talking about? Yeah, so like y'all don't actually want to have real conversations with us, right? Y'all don't want to show no sources. So yeah, guess what? We're gonna show it for y'all. Let's see. Personal.
If y'all watching this, please don't
African. Hold on. Look. We on African origins on slavevoyages.org, right? Let's look at it. We got names of people.
Get up here, Steve.
We got ship names, right? We got ship names, and we have the actual names of people. Zeusy. Oh, Zeusy.
Body bag.
The ship name she came on. Graska. Oh, 90,000 people. We got names for.
Body bag.
Damn.
But you said that they erased their name in their stuff. But Whitey kept
Because y'all believe
Slaves and
one
Russ
thing.
toy store receipts.
Tyron, y'all believe one thing equals everything. That's your problem.
But
here's the thing, though. You keep saying
And if
something
y'all
about.
so native and all that,
Right, that's contradicting.
Let me
as fuck.
say
If
this.
you're going off of one
what tribe I-
narrative,
Oh,
you
what tribe
literally
I-
saying
Osiris,
one
what tribe are you
thing.
from?
Powhatan, Piscataway. Tell me about them, since you know
All right,
about them.
I want you to tell me in your language. I'm trying to go smash a baddie and get some pizza.
Butcher.
He said, I'm trying to smash your
He
patty.
trying too hard, bro. I'm getting the fuck out of here, bro. You niggas are embarrassing as fuck. Y'all African niggas need to worry about trying to colonize.
I'm not African. You niggas just dumb as shit.
Nigga, I'm African. I'm African.
And y'all got self-hatred.
It ain't crash out.
You're a
So
fucking
Buku,
Not crash out.
Buku, it ain't self-hatred, bro. You gotta understand the whole goal.
Bro, but
the whole
Corliss,
goal
bro,
was
these
was
Corliss. These niggas is just a.
No, hold on.
Listen, let me explain you what's wrong with African niggas.
Hold on, one second.
I've been
Hold
quiet.
on. Yeah, go ahead.
I've been trying to be quiet.
Go ahead, Poochie. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Lord.
That's Shiki Janaya. I
Hey,
have
Poochie.
African heritage. can prove where my family came from my Sudanese heritage when they got here in England to America in New York. I got the proof, and I got the native proof, right? But the problem with you niggas is y'all just mad because Black Americans, y'all can't claim our shit no fucking more. Y'all niggas can't say that at the end of the day, rock and all that shit came from West Africa. Y'all can't. You niggas y'all are obsessed with Black Americans, and it's the weirdest fucking shit ever. Do something productive with your fucking life, my nigga. Like all this shit going on in Africa, and you niggas worried about Black Americans is weird nigga shit. Like my fucking God.
You niggas
Yeah, and if I could say this, hey,
You
if I
niggas
could
are
say,
fucking idiots.
Hold on, one
Niggas,
second.
think about this shit.
I'm
Y'all
sorry.
niggas dead ass
I'll
get
go
on
ahead.
this fucking app and be like, oh, it's because y'all mixed. Nigga, we have completely different skull shapes from y'all. The same white man scientist who says that shit says we not the same people. We not even, our RNA is not even the same, nigga. Their RNA is different. You don't even know what the fuck RNA is.
Hold on. Did I just see a Star of David around this coon's neck?
Nigga, are you fucking retarded? I'm East African, you idiot.
No, I'm talking about this.
Bro. I'm getting up too, bro.
Yeah, I thought
Hey, Dash, you could
I mean,
hold
on.
He talking crap about Hebrews, but he got a Star of David around his neck.
Yeah, hold on, 1 second. I was about to say, you talking about us now. How many powwows you been to, Buku?
So do I gotta be Roman and Middle Eastern to wear a Christ chain around my neck?
No, I'm gonna ask this. How many
Let me
powwows
ask
you
the
been?
goofy ass nigga in the
No, but your goofy ass talking.
Let me ask the goofy ass nigga in the chat. By the way, all you niggas on here can DM me and we could get in person with it. Let me just put that out there because y'all talk a lot on here. So find my Instagram.
we talking about information. Why do y'all do that? Why do y'all do that? We talking about information. There's no need to do all that. We talking about information.
Yeah, we talking about information. We keep it
like nobody trying to meet about ancestors.
You got a problem.
Nobody trying to meet up with me. Nobody has a problem with you.
No.
Creating a problem. You're creating a problem. Nobody has a problem with you.
Being respectful.
Nobody has a problem with you. You're creating a problem out of nothing.
Who talking crazy?
A problem out of ancestry.
So,
Keep it respectful.
when the host is talking, can y'all try not to talk over him?
Yeah,
I'm
trying to like who's talking crazy?
Some nigga on here talking, I can see the boxes lighting up. You talking? Listen, I'm the type nigga I meet up in person. I don't give a fuck about none of that.
Why are you talking about
y'all
meeting
want to debate
up?
the topic? We could debate the topic, but all that is nigga. I'm accessible. You heard me?
He got a flag in the background.
Right. So
who is being disrespectful and what did they say? Who's being disrespectful? What did they say?
They talking crazy. You nigga, all that shit. I'm being respectful. You heard me? We can get off the internet and get in person. That's what I do.
A whole lot of FBA Hebrew.
You know what I'm saying? So all that extra goofy shit, you know what I'm talking about? Keep all the disrespect to add hominy.
That who?
Yeah,
what?
now that Miles clipped you because you wasn't listening.
Yeah.
When the host is talking, please not to try to talk over him because we're going to mute you, the mods. You know, we do that everywhere we go for our people. Just don't overtalk the host. Like, we can have a conversation and whatnot. If you disagree, just keep it respectful. That's all.
Right.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add real quick. I've been trying to add this for like 20 minutes now because Buku keeps saying like we keep taking reclassification and trying to make it a broad, for everybody. But it's like if we was being called colored at one time, we was being called black at one time, we was being called African American at one time. Those are reclassifications. So you can't say that we're not being reclassified en masse because we are.
And let me hold on, Buku. Buku, hold on. Let me just add something on that. I want to
Let me respond to what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that black people are not reclassified. I'm not saying that black people don't have Native ancestry. What I'm telling y'all is that the Native American and the Native Indigenous people who we are mixed with are a different affinity of people. They're not the same. They may have dark skin like us. They may have similar features like us, but they're not the same people. Every form of genetics proves this. Every form of archaeological facts prove this. Every form of documentation proves this on a collective scale. Some Black Americans, you say are indigenous, you want to make that argument, that's cool, and it don't bother me, right? But that's not a collective statement to make for all 40 million Black Americans. And here's the thing, if that's true for Black Americans, that means it also got to be true for Brazil and Central America and everywhere on the planet, right? And some places
it is.
Hold on. One second.
At some places,
we've been long with it. I ain't know.
In some places, there's an application of that to be made. But so far in the United States, and I'm open-minded to the idea of it. However, no evidence is foolproof enough for me to believe it. That's just
Well, I mean, when the colonizers first came to Brazil, they called the indigenous people Negroes de terra. And to my knowledge, Negroes means black. And to my knowledge, we was also called Negroes as well. So it's kind of like, when you say there ain't no proof, there's actually
Buku is a Hebrew Israelite FBA.
Hold on, Tyron. You gotta relax. Hold on, Tyron.
The OG America, right? Different groups of people were called different things by other people. So the Greeks might call them Egyptians, right? Or we might call them Assyrians, right? The Europeans might call Africa all Ethiopia. The Southern Europeans will call anybody black under them Moors, but does that mean that they were really all Moors? No, that's not how it works. So you can't go off of that and go, see, we were all, no. They might see a dark-skinned person from afar and document,
Buku, I understand what you're saying. I understand the zeal of what you're saying, Buku, but what we all saying, bro, is they purposely didn't classify these copper-colored people that they came in contact with correctly so that they can change up the narrative, bro, so that they can reclassify us multiple different times to where we won't even be able to prove who we are because of all of this whitewash. Like, that's the issue, bro. And so when you try to say that you can't prove it with that, you got to understand that that is the main indicator. And now we are conditioned not to believe what is actually true because we can argue that we can't argue that it is. You see what I'm saying? But most people can read, most people can read manuscripts, bro, and they can look at these different documents, and there are a lot of discrepancies, bro. And you can take those precepts and you can put them together, and there is some evidence that those copper-colored people were Indians and mixed in with those certain Africans that they was bringing over here, bro. You got to understand also that bringing slaves to America was not no lucrative business, considering how many people was. It's deeper than just what you can research and what you think you know, because a lot of that information that you can grab onto, bro, it could be incorrect, and in certain instances where two things could be right at the same time. So it's just so much to cipher through for one person to say this ain't this or this ain't that. You got to understand, bro. They tried this game was set up so that we can all be confused and have this argument.
So, and look, and not only that, right? Hold up, Buku. So look, you gotta look at the title and what the
bro, you've been long-winded. Let everybody else talk.
Hold up, Tyron.
Right?
The question is Grandma said, "Hello, wait, Pete." Grandma said,
"Let Reese finish."
So it says, Grandma said it, not nobody else. So regardless of what your grandma said, just know, hey, whoever grandma said they was Indian, they grandma said that shit.
For real.
That's what it need to be taken for.
Yeah.
Oh, natural official, don't leave.
No,
don't leave, bro. Because he provided sources for me that proves that black people were in the Americas prior to Columbus, even through Columbus' own documents.
His diaries and his manuscripts, bro.
He
they're political. They're
actually
political. I'm
Hold on.
telling you.
Like white people.
Hold on, let me talk. Buku, shut up, bro. Mute your mic.
Hold on.
Long-winded.
You talking?
Keep it respectful. I'm just up.
Let's be respectful.
Like I said, niggas should get up in person, chill with all that energy.
So again, you said a lot of pseudo tonight because for one,
You want to tell me shut
DNA.
up?
Hold on, you brought up DNA as your source, which that's incomplete. Stop, Cookie. You brought up DNA because that's an incomplete source. It's pseudo at best because it's not complete with a whole bunch of African genetics, let alone American Indian genetics. It's only been tested with white people primarily. So how are you using that to connect yourself to an African tribe when they haven't collected a whole bunch of African spit like that? Just 14 regions.
Tyrone.
Also, don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt.
You don't want me to answer the question? Or you want
Mute your mic. You can respond after I'm finished.
Okay, keep going.
Unless you want him to go on the Showtime thing.
But keep going.
Yeah, you want Darvin to go on Showtime.
Just keep going. Stop being emotional. Just drag it. Go ahead. Go on.
All right, so you getting out of your body because I'm debunking DNA
I
right
just think you sound stupid, but keep going.
No, I know you're dumb because you haven't read the
Can y'all chill with that? Y'all chill with the ad hominems. Y'all chill with the ad hominems.
So, the commercial DNA test will tell you that you cannot use this to prove race or ethnicity of your ancestry. It's only guesswork with a billion base pairs. Okay. It can only tell you up to 8 generations. That's basically 200 years ago. That's post-bellum peoples, not antebellum, not colonial period, just post-bellum ancestors and their descendants and your cousins that's recently alive. So who they're using to test in these companies are people that's modern and living today. They're not going into West African archaeological sites, digging up Negroid skulls and stuff like that. They're Homo 1 in Ir Jebber, North Africa. That's not human bones. Those are shards of monkeys and apes. I'm sorry to tell you this, but your whole belief that you come from Africa based off of a spit quantum is just out of Africa theory and entertainment at best. So moving on from there, you can, but you were long-winded as well. So I'm giving it back to you. I'm giving it back to you. So again,
all right. So
you can't sit up here and deny that a whole bunch of Black Americans have American Indian DNA because they were also enslaved right along next to an alleged African replacement.
Okay, so let me educate you on this. You're talking about autosomal DNA, which changes and the percentages vary and are not a great indication of your ancestry.
Actually, it is.
What you do have.
Why and mtDNA is in the billion years ago.
What he's talking about is autosomal DNA, which does vary and it changes depending on who's on the portal or who's not. Those percentages are not a great reflection of your ancestry. However, your paternal and your maternal DNA markers don't change, right? And those maternal and paternal DNA markers will trace back to your ancestry of who you are. So he's correct when it comes to immediate ancestry, which varies depending on how much you pull from your mother and your father and their mother and their father. However, paternal and maternal DNA markers, which has been proven over a variety of people all over the world, right, discounts what he's saying. And to be honest with y'all, white people and even racist colonizers aren't the only people who are professional in eugenics and DNA and archaeology research. Black people who are professional.
So here's what body bags at.
One at a time. Even black people, because y'all act like only white people can create a lab and put DNA in it, which is stupid. There's black people, Black Americans who are professional at this, who research this, and they can tell you what's true and what's not. And even those people will tell you that most Black American people have an affinity to Western Central Africa, and other people who don't, it's a small affinity to it, and it doesn't represent the whole collective. So they creating all this fake ass shit and compiling all these documentation and try to lie because they don't want to have any affinity to West Africa because they're dealing with self-hatred. But the truth is, Black American people have mixed lineage all over the place.
Okay,
Not just one
stop
place.
that bullshit right there. Stop it right there. Stop that
One
right
second.
there.
Hold on. 1 second. One mic on C3. One mic on
I want to
C3.
say
Let
something
me
real
respond
quick.
right quick.
One mic on CO. One mic
Hold
on
on.
C3.
I
Yo.
want to say something.
Y'all have a good
real
one,
quick.
man. And look, be proud
I
of
was
yourself,
just
man. Be proud of
looking
your
at my
heritage. Be
cousin's
proud of your
DNA
blood, man. Be
test,
proud of
right?
you.
Hold up.
Where all of the regular people look at and don't understand that those percentages is just comparing your genetics to other people with genetics.
So I scrolled down all the way to the bottom, and this was on Ancestry.com, and I showed my cousin where it literally says, we compared your DNA to people all around the world who have similar DNA. It didn't even say nothing about this is where your ancestry come from or nothing like that. Then when I click on his matches, all of his matches is in America, one in South America, one in Australia, and then the other ones was over like in Korea area. And then we downloaded his raw DNA. We're waiting for that to come back. But at the bottom of where it tells you your percentages, it's literally telling you that they're just comparing your DNA to people in Africa. That's it. That percentage of your 79% Nigerian is false.
You're a Tazo.
Well,
You're talking
no,
about
Buku, I'm trying to respond. Let me respond.
Hold on, let me
Because
say this real quick.
here's how you misinterpreting the
Come on, there's too many
DNA.
mics going. Oh, there's too many mics going off here.
Let me respond. Let me respond right quick because he said a lot of dumb shit.
Because she's
So again,
we about to just disconnect everybody, bro. There's been too much yelling. There's been too many mics for too long. I'm surprised I didn't do this earlier. Well, I'm about to speak for a bit. Folks can be African, right? That's one thing. Folks can be African. That's fine. North African, West African, Central African. But if you can't name nobody first and last name, if you can't go back, if you ain't past the 1800s, honestly, that's being nice. No, that's not even being nice. If you ain't past the 1800s, man, in your own family tree, I don't know why y'all think y'all can tell people who they are from when we go back further than you. I'm in 14, 15 on many lines on my tree. Many times I've shown my genealogy. Folks can go look. I hide as shit. I can show, like, I've shown my genealogy plenty times, my tree plenty times on live, bro. Like, y'all. But yeah, y'all ain't nothing to me. You can think folks is African all you want. That sound good. It sound good. But when it comes time to prove some shit that happened, where do you place yourself in history? That's all I got to say. Sound good. Everything sound good until it's time to prove it.
So to respond to Buku's dumb claim, because DNA, that whole Y and mtDNA, that's not talking about specific ancestors because the autosomal provides to you direct relatives.
Exactly.
So and also the you can't play these black and white race card games because Rick Kittles and Skip Gates aren't on our side. They're safe, chosen boule Negroes put out here by these liberals to hide our history. And they also deny reparations and gaslight Black Americans from claiming casino money or reparations because they play that clip of Rick Kittles on Bobby Banger's show and saying that, oh, these Negroes just want to claim Indians because they want some of that casino money, not knowing that we had our own casinos. So he's being disingenuous, and Africa got their own casinos, but they're not going to drop a bag to us. So to get back to that DNA stuff, Rick Kittles and Skip Gates put out there that sex farm palankage theory mocking Black Americans about their Indian claims. But what they don't tell you is with that five civilized tribes gaslight is most of them five civilized tribes slave owners that they keep talking about are mixed with white. And here's the matrilineal deception with these DNA tests because they're not going to tell you the Indian in them white slave owners. So it's going to give you the white patrilineal DNA to the men. The mitochondrial should say that Black women have American Indian ancestry, like Lena Waithe and Ruth Simmons. So this dude is not being genuine when it comes to these DNA tests, because what matters is the autosomal, not the Y or MT DNA, what African ancestry DNA, or us being West African, only just snatching up random regions that he collected, but he does not have any Native American genomes that's been tested because they got NAGPRA and BIA policy and blood quantum pseudo to prevent Negroes from comparing our genomes to theirs to prove our case. And then they hide and run and play in our face with these Australoid bones that they found. And we get Native Americans saying and admitting that they're related to Polynesians, which these people got Jackson 5 afros and Negroid African-American phenotypes. And then they sit up there and say that they're not Negro. These people are Austronesian or class them with Mongoloid and Asian with that NAGPRA stuff, because they're also featured in the NAGPRA, Native American Grace Protection Act and repatriation. So we can't be playing these games with these pseudo Pan-African Negroes because they don't want to do the due diligence and test these bones for themselves or make their own genome labs and stuff like that. I yield the mic.
I just wanted to say something real quick. Obviously, what's up, David? And what's up, panel? I just wanted to say, obviously, he didn't know what he was talking about when it came to DNA. He couldn't even pronounce the word autosomal. And also, he tried to bring up Y-DNA and mtDNA as a point, like that, how somehow that makes us African. If you look at Black American, or most quote unquote Black Americans haplogroup, we go by the scientific, like the narrative that they push, the out of Africa theory. We don't have West African haplogroups. And then what Tyrone was saying about the African DNA testing companies, he's right. They're very biased because they only they basically cherry pick certain populations out of the African continent, and they don't have a very broad reference panel. They only select the ones that they want you to match with, if that makes sense. Just like how Ancestry doesn't have any, they don't really have any North American indigenous populations in their reference panel, and 23andMe has absolutely zero indigenous reference panel. Indigenous American reference panels. It's kind of like the same thing. So it's just gonna show up whatever is closest to your DNA. Like they're gonna try to match you to that in their test, basically. So clearly he didn't know what he was talking about. If he was still here, I was gonna ask him what he knew about haplogroups, because it didn't seem like he knew about it, anything about it.
Yeah, I was about to say I could tag our cold ones with the DNA if you really want to talk DNA. I could tag some people and bring some people in here that's really cold with it. Yeah.
Yeah. And like I broke it down last time I was up here, basically your autosomal DNA is like based off of your whatever reference populations they have in their database. So for example, if they only have, like if we're let's use fruit as an example. I did this last time. Let's say you're an orange and you're taking a DNA test, but all they have is lemons, apples, and pears in their database. It's gonna say you're a lemon because that's the closest thing they have to your DNA in there. It doesn't mean you're a lemon. That's basically what it is. It's not accurate.
You can't know everything, and notice the dude ain't never gave you a genealogical source, like recite his family tree. He couldn't recite any West African people that actually came here, like a Martin Delaney or Hush, or what's his name, Yarrow, the Muslim that they always pull out. that predates the Nation of Islam teaching us Islam. So I don't get these goofies that come up here and say you're African but can't even prove their integrity to these African nations. And then deny, don't even know anything about Indians in Virginia, which are important to our lineage because you got a whole lot of Saponi, you got Piscataway, you got the Santee Sioux from South Carolina, you got the Pamunkey, all types of groups.
Yep. And that reminds me of what he was saying earlier. He was saying that basically we're trying to conflate that because reclassification happened to certain Native American tribes in Virginia. He said it was a small amount for one. And then for two, he said that we were reclassified because we were mixed with African. So I wanted to ask him directly, back in those times, since there was no blood test, no DNA test, what methods were used to determine whether or not a person had African ancestry?
Eugenics.
Lookership? Like,
yes. Eugenics.
Exactly. You're African because you're too dark.
Mm-hmm.
And we're like, come on now.
Mm-hmm. Or saying that you too light skinned and you might want to assimilate in the white status. And that's why they put that shit up, because they was putting out this anti-miscegenation law and they were trying to push this matrilineal deception, like I was talking about with the law that allowed white men to marry indigenous females. That's literally in the law.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, facts.
But in the beginning, they were utilizing and sexually exploiting these women to be bred with alleged African males to produce the modern Black American population. So that right there kills his DNA argument, because they're not exhuming the bones of these slaves and taking our mtDNA to these Indians that they're finding in these abandoned graveyards, these slave graveyards, these mounds and stuff like that, and proving our point, because they got that NAGPRA shit. So until they abolish NAGPRA and allow us to dig up their bones, we'll really never know, because these people are playing in our faces.
Yeah, cause say, look, check this out. I want to ask you a question, dog.
What's up, man?
Because I've been down this rabbit hole for a little minute, but it's something that just wrecked my brain.
Come up here, D4, get muted. Go ahead.
Now,
What's
look,
up, my bad, Jay?
It's the Griffin Museum in Chicago, right? The Griffin Museum in Chicago basically was a part of the Columbian World Exposition 1893, right? But the catch was is that this was the celebration. Now, mind you, this is a time where Nikola Tesla is first introducing AC units and shit. He got AC units running through the whole exposition. Now, this is some elaborate ass shit that's going on, but the Griffin Museum. And then look at how the landscape was when the World Fair existed, and tell me that these motherfuckers built this shit in less than 3 years at that in Chicago weather. Ain't no motherfucking way in hell. Like, they got whole cities that's been here, like elaborate cities that's been here. Most of them already took them away. That's why I said that's the last standing building of the World's Fair. So I'm wondering, like, because the names and so much history changed. I don't want to say we the Moors, because that was, all these names are misnomers. Indian is a misnomer. Moorish is a misnomer. Black is a misnomer. It's like if a motherfucker keep kicking your ass, when it's gonna feel good? You know what I'm saying? And now we accepting that fucking, we just call ourselves black, because fuck, they just really erased us in so much history. But I was saying that to say, if we thinking that our slavery or war started in 1600s, when in really actuality, in their mind, this shit started in 1492. And they're looking at us and treating us like the Moors in 1492 in Grenada. And you look at this Grenada, Mississippi, and there's acknowledgement of this relationship between the Moors and us throughout history. But that's the major blockage between 1600s and everything predating them as far as the natives that was here already. That's why they keep changing everybody's name. The Native Americans, Indigenous Americans. It's all to confuse and get a motherfucker lost in paperwork. That's why we supposedly, because I can't find the actual paperwork, in 1621, Moors was Indian was the substitution for Moors. And I'm looking for documentation on that shit because
it's not, and that's not real either.
From the headdress, and the Moors like to use that and say that Moor was substituted for Indian, when clearly it says Indian was substituted for Moor. It says it right there. And then the page before it tells you that the Europeans.
Moors and Indians are not one and the same.
No, they're not the same.
Because Moors stood for Muslims.
No, this is in Central America. The page before it literally tells you that the Europeans came over here and designated those people to be Moorish. And then when you keep reading past that one part where they talk about it, it tells you that the statement is that the person was an Indian. It says this is an Indian hat. It's nothing about the person being a Moor.
One
I know
second.
exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, one second. Yeah, 1 second. 1 second. Yeah, like Moor ain't a misnomer to everybody. Algonquins called themselves Indians. And then Europeans took that and put that on and labeled other folks with that. Moor ain't a misnomer to everybody. So if you're Choctaw or something like that, that Indian may be a misnomer, but everybody was Indian, not a misnomer to everybody. My folks called themselves Indians. What else? Europeans ain't come up with that term. It's an Ojibwe. Like also, yeah, that Moor stuff, Mauritania in its etymology. Like it is what it is. Moors, like Indians and Moors aren't the same people. So yeah, some Indians have Moors lineage, sure. Like some of our folks have Moors lineage, that's fine. Spanish, Portuguese, Negro in South Carolina, which is of the Berber stock, right?
The Lenape.
Yeah, the Lenape. They mixed in, the Moors mixed with the Lenape. What else? Like I heard French, but whatever. You know, excuse me, people with the last name Morris, Maurice, whatever. You know, even that's a misnomer for the black nobility, you know? So yeah. Folks just gotta do their genealogy, fit where they find where they fit in the story, you know? That's what I be trying to tell. That's all I get on here to tell folks. Find where you fit in the goddamn story.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, dude, you know, folks coming in here saying, like, DNA test, fine. You got this DNA result, cool. That's fine. Like, where you tie yourself to that DNA test.
Mm-hmm. And I did both, too. DNA and genealogy.
Yeah, me too. I did DNA and genealogy as well. Like, I ain't matched with no African cousins. That's crazy.
I have a question. Can you explain the prompt? I'm not sure if you're being like sarcastic or what on your prompt.
I ain't being sarcastic.
Oh, okay. There's a lot of people on here who like to joke and say that, but I know that there's people like Black Americans who have traced their lineage and they know that where they come from and where their people come from. So I was just wondering.
No, I ain't being sarcastic. Like, it's Mother's Day. That's why I made this prompt. It's Mother's Day.
Same here.
And I had the same type of prompt for Father's Day because our grandfather said that shit.
It's like my grandparents, my grandma, she used to tell me I was Indian because we had curly hair, you know, but I don't actually have no historical documents or anything that can prove that. So I just say I'm African American, but I could say this: my grandparents, nobody in my line ever told me I was African. So.
Well, that's the point. You're gonna have to trace your genealogy. I don't know how far you go back, but you're gonna have to keep looking.
We were once at your position before. We couldn't confirm the Indian family until we dug into the records.
Well, I believe my family, my grandma never lied. My grandma was the matriarch. She was the glue of our family. I believe every word she said. I talked to my aunties and uncles. They all have the same story that was passed down to them. Great cousins and stuff. They all have the same story.
Right.
I
Like
couldn't believe why my family would lie to me.
And what I don't like about that is that, like, you know, your family tell you who you're, nobody knows you better than your family, especially your elders,
exactly.
right? And then you have all
Hmm.
these people on this app trying to Africanize us and say we come from Africa. And it's like, who am I going to listen to? Some strangers on TikTok or my great grandmother? You know what I'm saying? That's what
Right.
be making me mad. They be trying to tell Black
Hmm.
Americans who they are and try to tell, you know, all of us that we come off of a slave ship from Africa, and none of our elders, nobody ever told us we was African. They, if you ever notice that, they never talk about slavery. They never, our elders never talked about none of that. That's what I find weird.
Well, I asked her about slavery. She basically, she's like, oh yeah, no. I think she was alluding to like the employment route, but she's like, everybody was just doing that. I was like, what? I was like, But cause yeah, she never have an oral count. Like she didn't say, maybe because I asked her to, like when she was going through dementia and stuff. But when she said she remember what her father said. She said her father was German, German U. Lo and behold, because of the last name was she has a crypto last name, I'll say, right? And then, but that side has Indians too. They married Indians, so she didn't necessarily say she was Indian, but there's Indians in her family. Like she descends from Indians, like, so.
And you know what's weird, bro? Like slavery, the slavery that they're saying, it wasn't that long ago. Like our
Right.
I've met my great grandmother. Like they should have some stories or something. Like nothing.
Hmm. My grandma, she grew up. She's during the Jim. She was born during the Jim Crow era. Like that's like she was born like what 60 years after the emancipation, like 60 years after the emancipation. So, yeah, her mom was born like 25 years after, because her mom was born like the 1890s. Like her parents were born in the late 80s, the late 1800s. So yeah. And then my family is from the first two colonies, and they descend from a lot of free people of color, especially my family in Maryland. Like majority of them are. All right, but yeah, majority of my folks from Maryland are free people. I have some that were enslaved. Um, my family in Virginia is like half and half. Half were enslaved, half were free people of color, and things like that. So,
And also, you should check the Southern Claims Commission to see if they are owed things for being
right,
enslaved or being Black slave owners,
yeah,
because they were giving out money to these people after the Civil War, and they put all their money in the freedmen's banks, and some of these people got their money stolen from these homesteaders and these white folks that was running these freedmen banks. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you identify as, host, if you don't mind me asking? Do you identify as Black or American Indian or?
I'll say both. Ethnically, ethnically and socially Black, sure. And then Indian, American Indian. If like I'm documented as American Indian, so. But yeah, Indian and Black. That's what my family. They both. My grandma said she was Black. I honor that, and grandma said she was Indian. So like I don't really entertain like we gotta stop calling ourselves this and that, because it is what it is. We honor what our families say, and I honor what my family say. Like I ain't got no. I embrace all the history, because my family were classified as all of this stuff: Indian, Black, Negro, colored, mulatto, white.
If we find it in the genealogy, cool. But if it
Exactly.
don't show up in the shit, then why are we claiming something that's not there?
Right. And for those who like to say you're delineating, how can you delineate from something that you don't even come from? That don't even make sense.
Well,
That's
I'm
like me
FBA.
saying
I'm
delineating
FBA.
from Australian ancestry and I don't have no Australian ancestors. That doesn't make sense.
I'm FBA and I do support the delineation. So
Hey, shout out to the folks, FBA.
I would say more so unclaiming, because a lot of people was claiming that they were African without any proof that they was African.
I mean, we all do. Like I say, I even still to this day say
I don't see them popping up on these lives.
Exactly.
I don't see no pictures of them on Google.
Exactly. And they really do not like the pretend.
I mean, excuse me, the Indians, because I run lives, right? And they come to my lives and they start using this term called pretendians. And I told them, I said that's not, that term is not welcomed on my live. I find that to be a slur, because you can't call somebody
Yep, it
a
is.
Actually is a slur. There's a whole list of slurs used towards indigenous people. And I was looking at it a couple of days ago on live. And when I tell you I was flabbergasted, my mouth literally dropped. And I'm looking at these, I'm like, these are words that all of the Native Americans throw at us. Like, I would have never knew a slur towards a Native American. For some reason, every group, every nationality got slurs for us.
Yep.
We only got
Even
slurs for the white
Africans,
tea.
even Africans have a slur for us.
Yeah.
Not just that, O'Bruni, Tupac, Ogibo, Bardia, Jarer, Sub-Saharan, and these Native Americans that you mentioned, they also call us Weibo, even though that's a meaning God, but they turned it into wannabe Aboriginal and remix the racial slur for Australian Aborigines, Abo. And these Pan-Africans run with it, kikiing with these people that are anti-Black with them, regardless if they're Pan-African DNA disciples or not.
Yeah, and I made a live about that. There's a guy, an African guy named Gummy Slav. I'm not sure if y'all know him.
Oh, he was just in here. He was just in here.
Oh man, I made a whole live about
his
him.
main page is J History. He don't know a lick of shit. That's the dumbest
And
African on
he's
the
very
side.
pretentious. He thinks he knows African Americans. He thinks he knows our history. I did a whole live dedicated to him, hoping he would come up, but he Native Americans and even sometimes white people, and they sit there and they talk about Black Americans and discuss your history, and then when you try to come up and refute some of their points, they block you, they drop you. And I've been trying to get this man's page banned for so long, bro. He spreads a lot of misinformation, and he's not African American, and I'm not sure who gave him the authority to speak on my people.
Right.
The Pan-Africans. The Pan-Africans.
Pan-Africans.
I remember when he first came around. The Pan-Africans definitely did. He first came around, and you had people over there like Keisha and who else? I don't remember ever seeing Black First over there. But and the race of Native. African language is taught in Africa. And I went up there, and there was another African up there. He was like, that's bullshit, and started making fun of the language. I said, fuck y'all and y'all camel piss smelling ass mothers. And they was mad. I went the fuck in on them because that just blew me. Y'all make fun of our people, and then our people sit there in the comments, kiki and cackling with them, not realizing that they talking about y'all dumbasses too.
Yeah, they'll allow them to say slaves and all types of stuff. And we need to start. What we need to do is start calling out these Pan-Africans for their treacherous behavior. They're treacherous.
And I actually want to applaud the ones that actually got time for that too.
Yeah, you got
Hold on, Tyron. Hold on, Tyron. I want to applaud the guys and goddesses that, you know what I'm saying, know these people names and y'all be on their tail. You know what I'm saying? I respect it.
Yeah.
And
I know everyone's blocked explicit. Sorry.
It's okay. I was just gonna say, ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Cause I ain't gonna even cap like that type of energy and stuff. I normally block it. But that's just for me. And I just respect the fact that we are all in our own purpose. And you know what I'm saying? That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah. I'm sure. They're facts, Big Man. They're anti-American. They don't like us. They don't like we claim to be American, any type of American. Even if we do say we African, to say like, oh, you American, you know, type shit.
While they
Like,
move over here and call themselves American, but we can't
yeah,
call
exactly.
ourselves American, and we're the
Literally
foundation of
checking the
America.
boxes African American when they come over here.
Mhm.
Even
You know,
though
the-
they,
oh,
even
go
though
ahead.
they government papers when they come over here for citizenship and shit says whitey or Caucasian or whatever the case may be, when they go for these jobs, they're checking African American, knowing that
Yep.
they're not African American.
It's an
Yep.
erasure. It's an erasure, and that's when I started becoming like hardcore FBA, because I realized that my people are being erased by people who are not from here. It's an erasure. They tell you that you don't have no culture. They tell you you're not American. They try to Africanize you. And again, I don't have no problem with African people, but when you are on this app all day and night fighting with my people to claim.
Oh, got me in here.
I really
No,
ain't
sorry,
got time.
I got a call. My bad.
Yeah, you have.
But yeah, these wars are coming from, like what my thing is, if Black Americans don't want to claim African, why does that bother you so bad? I don't understand that.
Because they can't claim our greatness.
No, you know why? It's all about a big land grab. These people are a part. See, that's what I be, saying, understanding, and that's how I was just let me explain myself. The fact that I crash out with them because I let them know that I know who they are. You know what I'm saying? Because it's way deeper. Just skin deep and just wanting to erase us. These people benefit from having control over trying to label us. You get what I'm saying? So I done dove in deep and stuff and realized who they is, and they've been crashing out left and right, for real.
But the main perpetuators of this stuff, and I can name names on these gatekeepers. You got the African Socialist Uhuru Party. These are a bunch of shills for the Russians. This was exposed on CNN. I was talking about this last year on our YouTube panels. Another one would be these YouTube niggas like Dynasty Mir, aka Albert Wallace II. He sells these African tourist trips over there, and he gaslights Black Americans.
Well, I said, hey, y'all, I'm sorry.
You got Bucci Bear, Brandon Tucker, Pan-Africanism Strikes Back that Tariq Nasheed was mocking.
Hey, y'all.
Port City.
He came on me and Alquan's channel before Tariq Nasheed ever got to him, and we exposed who he was. With his integrity, he wants to mix the dope with capitalism, white supremacy, and Pan-Africanism by telling people to move over to Kenya.
Oh my gosh, that's a
he's
scam.
selling orange orchards.
That is definitely a scam.
No, it's a Passport Brothers scam. That's what Dynas and this other thing that they push is the BAIO search for Uhuru stuff with Bomani and Kayla Genesis. They're promoting moving to Africa, but they decrease their African parts for Black Americans to move to just settling for Liberia because that's where Liberian set up shop. And you got people like Afro Think Tank that's beefing with Gucci Bear, but they on the same side. He's from a liberal Democrat socialist standpoint of Pandana.
Oh, come up. Stand up to what? Hold on, we standing up right now. Like, who's sitting down? Can we? These conversations are dated. Yeah, we standing up.
Mm-hmm.
These conversations are not dated because the truth is the truth. So go ahead, you can explain yourself.
Go ahead.
We're not standing up, just talking. Like we've always been doing this. We've had panels since John Henrik Clark. You know what I'm saying? Like we've been doing this. Like the information.
Since when you started the revolution?
I can't start a revolution by myself. That's the whole fucking point.
Well, go out. What are you doing? Hold on. When the last time you looked out to for your family? Hold on, one second. Man, can you shut the hell up? How about that? When's the last time you checked in on your family? Is your family straight? Huh? Is your family straight?
Question for him to unmute.
Is your family straight? Are you doing stuff to build your family up?
You can unmute. Unity.
Yeah, actually, I own my own land. I'm a military veteran.
You just looking out for your
my
parents?
bro. They're grown and shit, and they already
No,
got
you
their
ain't
own.
look. No.
They already
You're
got
not.
their own.
You're
My
not even
whole
looking out for
fucking-
your. Why
Look,
ain't you looking?
You're not
Hold
gonna
on, one
ask a
second.
question and start
One
talking
second.
over
One
me like a
second.
woman, bro.
Man,
You're talking over me like
watch your. I don't give a fuck.
Host
Nigga, you on my panel.
increases mute.
Get your. Yeah, like who the fuck y'all think y'all are?
And is your wife Black American, or are you taking care of a
ain't
white woman?
Oh.
African. African tether.
Hold on. Page. My whole family's black. Y'all like attacking
What kind of
motherfuckers
black?
with your feelings. Nigga, she's
Ain't
black.
nobody-
She's Caribbean.
ain't
Nigga,
no-
she's
ain't
from
no-
fucking Bahamas.
Oh, she
Look at
not-
my page.
Oh, you
Y'all
got.
niggas
Oh, you
say,
got.
yo, what does it matter? Y'all
Yeah,
asking
it does,
me
man.
because y'all don't
One
want to let me
sec,
talk. Y'all keep
Hold on, one
attacking me
sec.
with
You
questions because y'all don't.
ain't even. You said you don't even.
No,
hold
no
on.
one's
One
attacking.
sec,
No
I'm trying to-
personal
I'm trying-
attacks, y'all.
I ain't-
Let's
I
not
ain't
talk
trying- I
about
ain't
his
trying to
wife.
let you-
Y'all, let the host talk. Let the host talk.
Hold
Let
on,
the
what?
host
Yeah.
talk.
Yeah, I was about to say you say you don't even give a fuck about how.
Nah, bro,
about how
you
you
keep over talking
you
because you don't want
like,
to.
bro, you about to get dropped, nigga. Shut up. The
I mean,
fuck?
bitch, you think I fucking care?
Just get your goofy ass on. You feel me? Niggas say I don't even care about my. You don't even give a fuck about what your parents is doing. So how are you trying to unify with people? You don't even give a fuck about your parents, nigga.
The screen is getting 50K.
Call me.
Bullying harassment.
Trying to say I'm speaking like a woman. You getting emotional, fuck nigga. You screaming like a bitch on my live. How about that?
Then on top of that, John Henry Clark wasn't even rocking with these new age Pan-Africanists. He actually challenged some of these Afrocentrics like Malcolm X on his standpoint on Africa. Let's not play these games because he was also open to the indigenous paradigm. He wrote a damn book with Michael Bradley talking about the African presence in early America prior to Columbus. Let's not play these games.
Yeah, I got him out of here. But yeah, like
I'm just confused because how you gonna talk about when we gonna unify, but then you just really was selfishly talking about how you straight.
Yeah, like he said, yeah, my parents is grown. I don't give a fuck about what they what.
And he
what are you
fought
talking
for the
about?
United States Army. Come on now.
And your wife, I know we love to include the Americans, right? But your wife a foreigner, nigga. Like what? You ain't even taking care of a woman in your homeland.
His wife's a foreigner?
His wife Caribbean.
He said she was from Bahamas. No, he said Bahamas, right?
Bahamas.
Oh, she's still American. She just come from the islands. Okay.
No,
I thought she was foreign, like Africa or some shit. Okay.
No, I mean, I get that, but
But it just don't make no sense on his talking point. Like, you know what I'm saying? Regardless, okay, we see he from here, but it's like, how you gonna come into the live and saying that the conversation or the discussion that we're having is dated, and then what are we gonna do to unite and all this old weird shit?
It's always the people doing nothing.
How is he going? How you gonna have that talking point when you say you own your land and you know what I'm saying you was in the military and your wife is from somewhere else and all of that? Okay, that's cool. What that don't make no sense though. How you gonna just come into a live and say what we talking about? Don't make no sense. You see, when the truth is being spoken about, how is that dated? I don't get it. This ain't something that is being taught in school and shit.
Yeah, we heard everything that you say. You don't give a fuck about your. Yeah, you said like we heard exactly
Honestly,
what you said. Exactly
and if
what
I
you
was
said.
well off and I'm taking care of
Let us talk. Bring him back up
if
here
I'm
so we
well
can
off and
explain
whatnot,
this.
taking care of my family, I'm gonna make sure my parents straight too, regardless if they grown. Because now what if they're retired and their retirement check ain't that much? It's shit. I'm gonna make sure
Kept cutting me the fuck off. Y'all wouldn't let me talk.
Relax.
Bro, you
Nah, bro,
hot.
but that is
Chill.
disrespectful. If y'all gonna ask me a question, then let me
I
let me
literally
talk,
had
bro.
unmuted
Because at the
and
end of the
said,
day,
"Don't
that's
talk about
frustrating for
your
Let's
anybody,
just
bro.
chill, y'all.
That's frustrating for anybody. For somebody to have a question asked to them and then they won't get let, somebody won't let them talk. Like, it's cool if y'all don't agree with my point. That's fine. But we're all grown, bro, and I got respect for y'all. Just like I came up here to talk to y'all when y'all requesting me. But it's the same thing. Like, y'all not gonna ask me a question,
I'm
and
not
then as
gonna
soon as I
speak
go
for
to answer it, y'all
everybody,
do
but
this shit like what she's doing.
Nah,
okay,
it's
but
cool. It's cool,
when
bro.
you
It was
said
You know what I'm
that
saying?
they
Like,
was
that's it. That's all
grown,
I'm asking for is the same respect
it was
y'all
taken
want.
out of proportion.
If I was to ask y'all a question, I'm gonna shut up and let y'all answer. But y'all ask me questions. All of y'all ask me questions at the same time, and I'm trying to get to them.
I didn't ask you a question. I unmuted and said, let's keep his wife out of it. Let's not talk about his wife.
I'm worried about my wife. I'm worried about y'all not letting me talk. If y'all ask me a question and then all started asking questions at the same time, like I'm supposed to go through all of them.
We get it, right? But she was
Nah,
just
you're
saying,
not getting it. Obviously, you're not getting it because I'm literally back up here to try to.
Who is you talking to? See, that's what I'm saying. How you
Well,
trying to have a
relax.
conversation, right?
We
I'm
understand
trying
what
to
you're
answer the
saying.
original.
You want to ask your
Let me say this
questions. We're
real.
trying to.
No, I'm trying to get on point. Y'all doing this extra
Man,
stuff,
No,
Marcus.
wait,
somebody got
excuse me,
time for you
host.
to be
Can I
no
clear up?
victim
Yeah,
up
I
here.
was about to
Hold
say, I
on,
was about to
everybody,
say
wait
he's
a minute.
I
When
said
one
I'm trying
mic
to
is
answer.
on, like, let somebody talk.
he's gone.
Blockiana, can I clear up
That's too much
something?
over talking, y'all.
Nah, he gone.
Can I clear up something? So the reason why I asked about his rights, his wife's color, is because of his talking points and what he was saying, like how he wanted to revolutionize and he can't do it by himself, and he was giving back. So I just wanted to make sure you talking all of this and you saying you take care of your wife. I just wanted to make sure he was providing for a black woman and a black
Okay.
family. Because if
Okay.
you're not, I don't want to hear nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Understandable, because there's some people who say, how can you be pro-black or want to do black unity and all this shit, but you got a whole Caucasian pale wife, so.
Yeah, I mean, if you're contributing to our erasure, then I can't have no conversation with you, honestly.
Yeah, it wasn't that we wasn't gonna let you get your question out. We're just trying to clear shit up. That's all.
I mean, to be honest with you, he could date whoever he wants to. So I get it. You know what I'm saying? For him to have those talking points, like what was your point? You know what I'm saying? I like to really is, because all skin folk ain't kinfolk. I ain't riding for all melanated people, because some people don't absorb the sun, and some people got a lot to do with artists that ain't got nothing to do with their skin color. They dark like us.
Right. Yeah, I was about to say.
You want to come back up, Darby? You want to back up? Yeah, the box.
No,
I mean, the only
I'm-
about what come back up here.
I'm burnt out from hearing niggas yell.
If everybody could just allow him,
He can come up without yelling.
and everybody could just stop talking over everybody. Then I mean,
I'll
that's
definitely
cool,
mute,
I
but he's
don't
kinda
want him.
hostile.
Hold on. I don't want him to be coming up here with no feelings. You feel what I'm saying? Like, okay, we get it. It was people asking you questions because that's the attention that you came with, bro. So if you want to come up here, just talk. Don't come up here in your feelings. That's it.
The only one yelling, I was like, never. It's just dated. Ain't nothing dated, because everybody don't know. Like, what? It's only dated if everybody know, and nothing's happening.
That's what I'm saying. You don't even deserve to come up on the panel.
Yeah, exactly. I was like,
somebody invite him here? No. The fuck?
And it sounds like the same talking point Buku was saying earlier. About, we only trust black scholars. Okay, them black scholars could also have their own ulterior motive, trying to hide the Indian in the family and working with these white liberals to keep us from getting our reparations. And they want to keep you stuck in this back to Africa.
What's up, Davida?
Pipe dream.
Wait, you think you're gonna get reparations?
Yes, we will, because it's tied. Claiming Indianness is tied into.
If we want to have a echo chamber all day, who gives a fuck? We gonna have an echo chamber, nigga. The hell? Like, who gives a fuck? Except if you don't, like, you feel me? Like, if we want to have a echo chamber, we gonna have one.
Receive goddess. Claiming Indianness is tied into reparations because those were the majority, quote unquote, chattel's property. So it's tied into casino money, it's tied into land claims, tied into sovereignty, the whole shebang.
Basically suing them because these people have been cosplaying as us. They have actually became
I'll be back, yo.
beneficiaries over our trust. So it's just a different thing. Reparations have a lot to do with them saying that we came from Africa. You get what I'm saying? And then the talking points when it comes to reparations include Black and African American. But if y'all realize that when those reparations come out, it goes to a whole nother phenotype of people.
You see what Unity
like
God
how-
said? You
people.
see what Unity God said?
No, I heard what
Yeah,
you
he
said,
said-
brother. I'm just adding to the people.
You see what Unity
like how
God
the-
set up?
Huh?
When
That's
you
the
say,
man, right?
when you say,
Tyron?
sorry.
Yes. It's for one, people that prove Americans that's already on the Fed record,
Right.
like Mike TV.
Mhm.
He's getting his bag. They're papering him up. But with this goofy right here in the comment section, he don't understand that Africans are not papering up Pan-Africans. They're sitting up here confiscating money from us and treating us like shit. So there's no reciprocation with this Pan-African unity because Africans don't see us as their native people. They just see us.
I had a question for him before he started crashing out.
People, those dark-skinned quote-unquote Africans ain't even Africans. You get what I'm saying? I'm talking about as far as the legal part about it. So I get what you're saying, brother, because I'm not negating that. What I'm saying is when it comes to us and understanding who we are, right? Claiming who we are by our lineage. Yes, we have money. We have money that these people have used as well. You see, that's when it gets into the law part. Those are the people who we have to sue. Do you get what I'm saying? That's not going to come in reparations if they're labeling us as African American and Black. It's not.
So,
It's like
so
the California reparations.
I just want to ask. I want to ask because I'm gonna tell you, I asked off this this what do you call it? This thing where we can see where we come from. They said that we all three were from different places. Now this is my identical twin now. Now
Who
my
suits that man? Because I wanted to screenshot his rhetoric because
hold on.
That's right.
I muted him for 5 seconds because he put a trigger word in the comments. I don't think he know that KILL word is a trigger word.
So
Yes, what was you saying?
Comment. It was only for 5 seconds though. He should be able to comment again.
You mean 5 minutes?
No,
So it's-
seconds.
Oh,
So it's three of us, and we all got the same mother and father. When we all sent our paperwork off or sent our what do you call it? Our DNA off, it came back all different. And now I have an identical twin. I'm only 4 minutes older than my sister. They all came back different. Then when I read the fine print, it said it's for entertainment purposes only.
Right.
Now, if my baby sister was different, okay, that's fine. But my identical twin sister,
right?
You
That
telling
lets
me
you know
we
that-
different?
Unless you know that they cut.
Father. Okay,
Right.
let's say my baby sister is different, but you telling me my identical twin sister, not only identical in looking, identical as sharing the same sex. And you telling me my sister is different from me?
Exactly. That's
You
crazy.
telling me this?
That's what they
Lies.
do. That's what they do. That's why it's for entertainment purposes only. They don't even.
That's what I'm
use
saying. And so
countries.
people thinking that,
Mhm.
oh, they telling you from the Congo or whatever. They always saying we from the Congo. But if you run around and you look, say like you from Mississippi, right? But say like you from Lawrence, and you go ahead and you hit them census, and you find out now you knew your mother, you knew your grandparents, and you heard about your great grandparents. And you go and you look at them census and you realize they always been here. Always. You're not gonna tell me that I came here on a boat because we already been here.
Exactly.
Not all of us. I'm not saying not all of us, because some of us is from Africa. That's not what I'm saying. I'm
y'all see
saying
what he's saying. Hold on. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Oh,
but
I'm
y'all
sorry.
see what he's saying in the comments. He's revealing his position. You know that, right?
Oh,
He's
I can't
CIA
see because I broke
agent.
my glasses. I broke my glasses. Tell me what happened.
So if y'all notice what Unity God is saying in the comments section, he's speaking this crazy stuff, telling people that, oh, we need to take stuff by force and do all this black extremist stuff trying to make us look racist. That's government agent talk. So this dude, he definitely don't need to be in our spaces talking about he don't work, he got his own land, he is in the military. That's government agent talk.
See, one of the things is that I know my father. My father was born in 44. My auntie was born, his sister, born in 32. I knew my grandparents. I traced them back, right? You're going to tell me that I'm one generation. My father is another. My grandparents are another. And my great-grandparents, they say my father knew he knew his grandparents, but you're telling me about my great-great-grandparents. You're telling me that we're 5 generations strong and we all came from Africa. Lies you tell.
Exactly. It's all the good
Lies
stuff.
you tell.
But yeah, let's we got some new people. Max up at the top.
Here first before Max.
Maximilian, you don't hear nobody talking to you? Are you there? What about you, Best? Oh, there you go. Go ahead, Max. What's up, Max?
Unmute yourself, sir.
He already unmuted.
Oh.
Do you even know that you're on the panel? Yeah, maybe you'll just have to come back up. Go ahead, Best.
I ain't gonna lie. Me personally, it's like, what is Africa? What is that? I just want to know. Does that continent even exist? Is that even a continent? I just want to know that. Because think about it, we Asian minor, and we got the whole continent. What we know as a continent right now is a landmass surrounded by bodies of water. Now, is Africa surrounded by bodies of water? Yes or no? Both Europe and Africa is not surrounded by bodies of water. Matter of fact, it's connected to Asia. So when we talk about Africa, we're talking about the landmass of Asia. That's what Africans is. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about the Bantu migration. That Bantu migration is so called, even though it really don't exist. It's just Asian, it's just people coming from Asia. So it is. But things like when people talking about we come from Africa and shit, the whole time it's like when you talk to a lot of Africans, it's like a lot of West Africans I talk to, they claim to come from the East. A lot of Igbos claim they the tribe of Judah. Kofi bitch ass, he claim he a Hebrew Israelite. He want to be
exactly.
So a lot of West Africans.
The African Kofi?
Yeah.
The one where the
minds think alike, Best.
He's claiming the tribe of Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah, he
Isn't he Nigerian?
Yeah, a lot of Nigerians don't. A lot of Nigerians claim to be Hebrew. They think they the real Hebrews.
May I speak?
I never heard a Nigerian claiming that.
They have a migration story.
May I speak in that?
I know the Yorubas have a migration story in the Fulani.
Just 1 second, because we got Max back up here, and I think I Best want to probably finish. I don't know. Are you done?
But I'm gonna just say this real quick. I'm gonna let y'all go. But yes, look,
that's
I hold to the live one time, right? I hold to the live. A lot of people, look, I got people from the Walla tribe, the Fulani, the Hausa, Yoruba, you know what I'm saying? Even the Senegalese, you know what I'm saying? People, the Mende people, right? A lot of West Africans I talk to on a daily, they claim that they come from the East. They claim they got migrated. They got pushed into West Africa. They claim that they came from Kemet. They claim they came from Asia, right? They claim they came from the Middle East. They claim they're the tribe of Judah. They claim a lot of these so-called tribes in West Africa, they claim to be from the East and migrated to the West. That's their migration story. But they want us to be West African, but the whole time they don't want to claim that shit.
Bro, great minds think alike, because I've been saying the same shit too. It's one big supercontinent, like America, Africa, Europe, and Asia. From the so-called Native Americans' perspective, they've been talking about this shit too. They see it in the shape of an elephant, and they see the Americas in the shape of a turtle. And this coincides with their own mythological stories.
But you know what's crazy? That whole turtle shit come from India. When you trace that shit, the oldest story of it is tortoise. It's called Tortoise Island.
And you got
Goes back to the
Oshu,
Hindu.
the 8 trigram.
Which is basically good, right?
Turtle
Because
sword.
you know that place wasn't called India.
Yeah, it's Hindustan.
And that's why I said Hindu.
Yeah.
The Hindu style. It goes back to the Hindus.
Right.
I use India in the lack of terms because of what is called modern day. A lot of people don't know that it was once called Hindustan, and before that, Bharat. So technically, Bharat, that's where it came from.
All right, Max, did you want to say something because Sky wanted to say something?
ST.
Ski. Oh, okay. Ski. I like that. Okay. Maximilian.
You got the floor, brother.
I requested for you to unmute again. I don't know what you're doing, brother. I don't know. Maybe is it? You got African Wi-Fi?
Seem like he's trolling.
He playing. Go ahead, Eski.
All right. So one of the things that I'm going to say is this: we love as Black Americans or Black people. I'm not saying African Americans. I'm saying Black people. We take any and everybody up under our wing because we just love people. We just simply do. We try to teach them to
navigate this world. They shit on us once we teach them how to navigate this world. And at some point, we have to say, we are done. We're only going to take care of what belongs to us, and then we go outside. But right now, we need. When they come here, they show their ass because they think that we are descendants of slaves. Them because we are descendants of slaves, and so we are supposed to be under them. And we have to at some point say, we only gonna help our people. Then once we get done and we build up our community, then we can go outside. But bringing everybody in, taking them up under our wing, we can't do that because they shit on us when they get done. I'm gonna give you an example. I work for the penitentiary. Just what I do. I get in there, I'm the first Black woman at Pontiac. Who's a therapist? I'm the first Black woman at Pontiac. Who's a therapist? The nurses are Black, but they Africans. I speak to them. They do not speak to me like I got shit on me. You understand me? I promise you they don't speak to me. After they got done getting discrimination or getting some feeling like they got discrimination, then they want to talk to me. Listen, you had some white friends, them was your people, get your ass back over there with them because I'm not going to help you because I was less than to you. And this is in Pontiac, Illinois. I am the first Black therapist that worked there. There was a bunch of nurses, and they treated me like I wasn't shit. Them nurses did.
What ethnicity?
I don't know who it's named ever, but what I'm gonna tell you
That's
is,
an Indian.
I thought they was Black like us. That was the first time that I realized they're not Black like us. I speak to you, you don't speak to me because you feel like I got shit on me. But after somebody,
can I ask you this? What ethnicity were these individuals?
Lord,
in Africa. What kind?
Lord forgive me, some form of African. I don't know what.
Were they Nigerian? Were they Ghanaian? Were they?
That's why I said some form, because I'm not gonna call nobody because I don't know.
You can tell by their phenotype alone because they got unique classical phenotypes.
And this is the thing, I don't know for true. And so I will not call nobody out when I don't know for true. Whatever the phenotype, whatever, I'm not gonna call them out because I don't know, but I know they wasn't one of us. That's what I'm
West African, probably West African.
And they may be, but I'll never call somebody out when I don't know for true.
Or were they
because if you don't know, listen, if you don't know and you can't call it, you don't call it. And that's just my feeling. You don't call it if you don't know for true. I ain't gonna tell you what I speculate, but what I tell you is that they look like I had shit on me. You understand me?
What?
My degree just as good as anybody else's. My master's is just as good as anybody else's. Yep. But we wasn't friends until you found some discrimination. And that's why I told him, you know what, go back to your white friends. I can't help you. I cannot help you. And you look at me like I got shit on me. No, sis, I got 2 4-year degrees in the human resources, but I can't fucking help you. because you ain't never spoke to me. So why would I want to help you? You think you better? Go ahead, talk to your white friends. Let your white friends help you. Fuck what you talking about. I'm not gonna help you because you wouldn't help me if you was in the same situation and you had the ability. You wouldn't help me.
So do you think they treat white tea? You think they treat white tea people better than they treat us?
Well, what you mean treat white tea people better? They be shucking, jiving, stepping, fetching, and twisting their goddamn hat till the fibers pop out. What the fuck you mean they treat them better? They treat them better like they like, oh, I can't wait till you subjugate me because I love this shit. What the fuck you mean? What you mean, sis? They love white folks.
Love DYT.
I'm sorry, love white tea folks, but you better not be black. You better not goddamn smell black. You understand me? You smell black.
Even if you blind,
you better not smell good, or they gonna talk shit.
You better not smell black. You understand me? Now, listen. If you married to a white man, they can accept you. You understand me? You married to a white man.
Is somebody dropping people?
You married to anything but black.
They dropping
They
off.
can love you. But let me tell you something. They do not like you because they think they better. They think that they have more smarts. But if it wasn't for our civil rights, they couldn't be here. If it was not for us fighting all the rights, they ass got to go ahead and go home and sleep on them goddamn dirt floors. And so you treat me like I'm less than you? I'm not less than you because I thought that anything that was black, I'm going to love because that's what my people told me to do because you black like me. But I'm not black like you because you'll shit on me if you could. If you
all skin folk ain't kin folk.
Listen, if you thought I wouldn't split your head to the white meat, you shit on me. But the thing is this, is that you think you better, but my civil rights allowed you to be here. I want for you and your kids to have everything that's good. I want for you to get an education because I thought you was black like me. You want to make sure that there's a distinguished something between me and you because you're better. Listen, if it was better, you take your ass home and you build up your own country. But you want to bring your ass over here and nest in what I built. You want to nest what my ancestors built. You want to nest in it because you don't want to go over there. You don't want to fight. You don't want to take no damn, you don't want to fight. You don't want somebody to bust you in your head. Fight me. And you treat me like I'm nothing. But you use my civil rights. If it wasn't for us, you couldn't even be here. You understand me? That goes for the Africans. That goes for the Indians. That goes for everybody. If it wasn't for us,
the civil rights was for
you
them.
could not be here.
You don't care? The civil rights is for them, and then they be looking at us, laughing at us. Because to be honest with you, they really ain't got no power.
So can I
as
say
long
this
as
and
we
not
allow
sound
them?
terrible? Can I say it and not sound terrible? Everybody gets a goddamn turn. So you're saying, so I'm going to tell you this. You saying you don't care about slavery? Okay. You don't care about
me?
No, people.
She's speaking
They don't care about Jim Crow. This is what we're experiencing. You saying you don't care about the grandfather clause. The thing is, you being sent home. If you are some type of whatever you are, and your parents were, and your grandfather was, the grandfather clause, because they sending your ass somewhere you wasn't supposed to. That's the grandfather clause.
You mean a first generation or second generation?
Yes, grandfather clause. If your grandfather was a slave, you a slave. Go home. That's the grandfather clause.
And I think what we have to realize here with Africans is that the reason why they're not with us is because they're not here to fight for our movement. We have a movement here. We fight white tea supremacy here. We're not complacent with being held down. Agenda that is to make their money, send it back to their family back home. Possibly, maybe in the future they may move back. I doubt it, but they have their own movement here, and they are not here to fight with Black Americans. In fact, they probably are against it because they would much rather be under white supremacy than be under African Americans.
Listen, they don't give a damn about none of that because they love subjection. They love to be subjugated. It's almost like a fetish because they think that people are better than them. The reality is this: we are the only people that are who we are. We fight for what we want. We do what we want. We circumvent the system. We do whatever. You made a tagging law. Okay, we're going to go ahead. We're going to wrap our hair up. We're going to make some hats. You say that I cannot do certain things. That's okay, because I'm going to make it different. You say there's got to be a Crown Act. I'm going to do something different. They're not like us. That's what makes me know that those of us that are here, we've always been here. We're different from them. We're different because we're willing to, let me see,
wrestling game I see in your background, Darvin.
Huh?
Yeah.
We are willing to unalive, not willing to do that. Everybody else is willing to conform. We're different from everybody else. That's what makes me know. See, you telling me that Africa is the place that is the beginning. Listen, if it was the beginning, everybody wouldn't be chasing us. Everybody wouldn't be following us. Everybody wouldn't be copying us because we are the beginning. I'm your mother. You ain't mine.
Well, anyway, I wanted to discuss that Buku character because he was mixing the dope with several ideologies and also claiming to be a Pan-African, but not one. You notice the Star of David on his neck. He had an FBA flag in the background, but talking about some
No, that's not an FBA flag. That's the African American flag.
Really?
Yeah.
Because Tariq Nasheed was using that shit as his replacement flag after Michi X took the copyright for his FBA stuff.
Yeah, that's a African American heritage flag, but FBAs are African American, but that's not really specifically an FBA flag.
If anybody wants to come up, feel free. We're just talking about genealogy and stuff like that.
But I know the Buku dude. I know him.
So
yeah, I went to college. I went to college with him.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I mean, we ain't never talked about shit like this, I don't think.
Was he really
like he chill, he cool, he cool, he chill in person. I don't know.
So why is he on that rah-rah stuff talking about, oh, I'm gonna threaten you, I'm gonna fight
or whatever? I don't know. But he's cool. Maybe he felt insulted. That's probably why.
Yeah,
but
he cool.
Yeah, he's a chill guy in person. I don't know.
I was just questioning because you sounded hella hostile and a Pan-African.
What's up, Sam? What's up? We got Meko.
Hi. I just wanted to jump on to say this, and to see if anybody else has ever heard of this. I've heard Africans say that before they come over here, they have to watch a film about African Americans, and that they are told that we are gangsters and criminals, and that's to stay away from us as far as.
Hold on, Tilly. You got echo. But yeah, go ahead.
And to stay away from us as much as possible, and that we are gangsters and that we are criminals. And I've heard a couple of Africans said that they did this, and then once they got here, they realized that it was all a lie. But they said they have to watch a film about America, and they specifically point out African Americans before they get here and tell them to stay away from us. And they just basically have them looking at us like we. Huh?
No, my bad. I was speaking out loud. Go ahead.
Oh, basically have them looking at us as if we are just flat out the op.
Yeah, I've seen a video about that.
Okay.
I've seen the video.
I think I mentioned it before on somebody else live and but I think a lot of it may stem from that. And so a lot of them don't even give themselves time to or even get close enough to one of us to even deal with us to figure out that, it's different or everybody's not like that.
But one of the things to me is this: you come into our communities, we take you up under our wing. You know that after we take you up under our wing, you know that we not them type of people. Once we tell you how to navigate this world as a Black person, You step over us and then you try to step on us because you think you better. You're not better. We just help you navigate this world how it is for one of us. And so when they say, oh, well, we heard this, let me tell you something. I've heard a lot of things about a lot of people, but you've got to show me before I make me feel like this is why I don't like you. This is like if we're teenagers and I say, I don't like them. And then you say, well, I'm not going to like them either. See, they have to have somebody to put up under their feet. This is everybody, every nationality come in. They all have to have somebody to put up under their feet. And once they put them up under their feet, they think they better. Listen, if I was not helping you, if I didn't teach you how to navigate this world, if I didn't show you where the churches or the Kingdom Hall or the mosque was, you wouldn't know anything. And then once you get your me, and Black people need to stop taking people up under their wing. If they're not one of us, if they're not FBA, we need to stop taking them up under our wing because once they get on their feet, they shit on us.
Honestly, I think the government have them feeling like they're better than us.
Listen.
And the reason I say that is because they come over here and they give them whatever they need, whatever type of resources they need to keep them above us on purpose.
Listen,
to make us look
I
less
understand
than
what
and
you're
feel
saying.
less than. And I think that has a lot to do with it. They bring them over here for their purpose.
I hear what you're saying, but this is the thing. If you come into my community, I take you up under my wing. You see who I am. I don't give a damn what them people taught you. You should know because of the way that I treat you. But you need to have an excuse for shitting on me. You understand me? You need to have things or whatever they come through. I've taught you how to navigate the system. I've taught you how to get food stamps. I taught you how to get housing. I taught you how to get Social Security, SSI, SSDI. And once you get it, you treat me like I'm garbage. It has nothing to do with what somebody taught you. Because if I treat you a certain way, and then you think, okay, I heard what the government said, but these people treated me a certain way. You shit on me because you want to. It has nothing to do with it. You need somebody to be up under your feet, not white folks, not Asians, not Mexicans. You need these niggas to be up under your feet because you different from us. You better than us. And that is how it is. So it has nothing to do with the government. Because if it had something to do with the government, they be mad at the white folks. They be mad at the Asians. They be mad at other Africans. They be mad at Mexicans. They're not mad at nobody but us because they think they fucking better. And they not. They not better. That's all I'm saying. But, you know, I could be wrong. I could be biased, whatever. But what I'm telling you is this. Those people are saying, oh, well, we heard A, B, C, and D. Listen, you heard a whole lot of things, but you know how the Asians treat you. You ask them niggas, can you lay down and take your whooping when you late for work? Right? You'll never let a Black person whoop you like that. You over in the UK and you let them slap you and treat you any kind of way, but you wouldn't let us treat you like that. You shit on us, but everybody else can treat you. You love all these people who have subjugated you. These people have cut your damn hands off for not getting enough resources, and then they got a whole holiday and you run around and buy brown hands. You ain't talking to me.
What makes me hard to believe that they come over feeling like they're better than us because most of them, when they come over here, they don't even have clean running water over there.
They ain't got shit.
None of that. So they can't feel that way when they come over here. It's got to be something taking a place that happens once they get here to make them feel that way if they do. Over there, it's no way in hell they feel like they're better than us. Because like I said, they barely have clean running water, food, you know, and shelter and all that type of stuff. I watch a guy that goes live all the time in Africa. And they have like a zillion apartments stacked on top of each other. They can barely take showers. They can barely flush the toilet. they don't have the streets are not paved at all. The streets look like, oh my God, it's undescribable. So, and when I say they barely have room to move when they're walking up and down the so-called street, and it's very bad conditions, very bad.
So can I ask you, sis, what's your level of education?
College?
No, what type of college? Bachelor's, master's, what's up?
I have a bachelor's.
All right, I have a master's.
Okay.
And I had to pay for it, right? You had to pay for your bachelor's, right? Or maybe you got a scholarship. But if somebody brings you over here and they put you in the projects, you got 3 or 4 bedrooms, you got some carpet, you got running water, you got a toilet, you got all these big bedrooms. Do you not think that that is luxury living?
You mean once they get here?
Huh?
You mean once they get here?
Once they get here. So
that's what I'm saying. Once they get here, that's when it happened.
All right, so let's give an example. Me and you, we get emancipated as teenagers, right? We move into the projects. Now we got to be hard because we got to be hard, right? Because we got to live there. But they come here from the situation and circumstances they come from. They get a 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom, washer and dryer hookup, and they get they pay $20, $30 a month for rent. You think that's not a what do they call it? You think that's not upstep? You think that, so they got a cap on housing. So even if me and my wife, if we from Africa, we come here, me and you, we both got a job, right? We both going to school, the kids going to school, we getting all the things. They got a cap on our housing. And the cap is usually about $600 or $700. If we make it $300,000 or $400,000 together and I pay you $700, why the fuck you think I care? I don't, because you're giving me food stamps, you giving me cash, you giving me medical, you giving me some place to stay, you giving me everything that I need. Why would I think that that's a problem? It's not a problem. It's a problem for me and you because we're from the United States and we're trying to do a come up. But it's not a problem for them because they were living way below. No running water, none of that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
One second. I wanted to pass the mic around, but people started dropping off. But if anybody was to come up, because folks are waiting to speak. If anybody was to come up, feel free to request up. Grandma said if y'all want to talk about this Indian shit, genealogy, American stuff, whatever, feel free to request up. It's an open panel.
Say it again, Sweet Pea. Say again.
Must my cat. Hold on. I said it's an open mic, so anybody. Yeah, it's an open mic, so anybody can request up. Just be respectful. My bad. I meant wrong thing. Wrong thing. I didn't mean to invite you up. Oh man. But yeah, if y'all want to stay on, it's about Americans. Grandma said we was Indian, and things like that. So that's the topic at hand. We honor it's Mother's Day, so we honoring the matriarchs of our families and stuff like that. So, their oral traditions and their honoring them. So yeah, if anybody wants to join in,
I'm sorry, my man. My bad.
You're good. No, you're good. No, I was just saying. No, you're fine. I was just saying, folks wanted to speak, but they dropped off. But yeah, happy Mother's Day to the mothers out there.
Thank you.
Yeah. If not, trying to see where if folks are here. Request up, y'all, if y'all want to speak.
Tell them to come on through. We want to hear.
It's definitely a lot calmer than it was earlier. What's up? All right, we got Vaughn.
What's up?
Hey, Sweet Pea.
How you doing?
Always good. How you doing?
I'm all right.
All right.
You said Grandma said we was in there. Yeah, I heard that. I've heard that growing up, and I did 23andMe, and not a doggone drop, not a drop of Indian in me.
Oh wait,
hold on. One second. I got this guy. Hold on, Scott.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you said it. Appreciate it. All right, yeah, appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah. Did you match with how many African cousins have you matched with?
How many African cousins?
Yeah, cousins living in Africa.
I'm not sure.
You never check cousin relation? See if you match
I
with any
did.
cousins in Africa.
No cousins in Africa.
You ain't got no cousins living in Africa?
No.
What? So I'm confused then.
What you mean cousins in that? Like actual cousins, or just like
Yeah,
what my
living people.
percentage of African is in
Living
me?
cousins. Living cousins.
Yeah, no, none.
What was his highest DNA percentage then? What was it?
It was 84%.
So I gotta tell you, I got a twin sister and I got a baby sister. We got the same mother, same father. Our DNA was totally different. So it said that my sister was from the Congo and all these other places, right? It said that was from a different place. Now we identical twins, share the same sack. We got the same mama, we got the same daddy. They told us that we was from two different places. Then when I read the fine print, it said this is for entertainment purposes only. Now this is my belief because I'm a conspiracy theorist. Reality is this: I'm an identical twin. How did we send the same thing off to 3 different places and we came back with 3 different results? We got the same mama, same daddy. This ain't no stepmama, this ain't no same daddy. We shared the same sack. You understand me? I can look at my sister and never have to speak, and I can talk to her without speaking. And you're telling me, see, the reality is this. I can trace my people back 5 generations, and then I have to go to the Library of Congress. And so I can trace my people back. You're telling me that I'm from Africa. Where the fuck the boats at? You're telling me, but I can look at the census. I can look at the Library of Congress. You telling me we all are already been here. Now, some of us did come from Africa. Some of us were slaves. My father's people were colored deliberate. My mother's people were slaves, but my father's people was colored deliberate. Don't tell me I'm not from here. This is why we look different. This is why our blood is different. This is why I can talk to you and I can walk past you and throw my head and let you know that there's some shit going on up in here and fall back. I don't have to say anything to you, but I can look at you and let you know there's some shit in the game. Because we are different kind of black. See, I can't do that with Africans. I cannot do that with half Africans. I can't do that with half white. But I can do that with you. I can walk past you and let you know, listen, you got this job. I'm going to throw my head and I'm going to let you know, but there's some shit in the game. Don't talk to this one. Don't talk to that one. Don't fuck with this one. I don't even have to say a word. I don't have to say a word because we're the same kind of black. Right? When you are coming in and you are like, hey, now I work for the penitentiary. I work supermax, right? I was the first black therapist at Supermax in Pontiac. I could talk to them goddamn to be black like us. When we throw our head, other people might throw their head, but they don't know what we mean because they have to be black like us. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying when I say that. Everybody can't understand our language. We don't even have to talk. We can look at each other and know what's what. Tell me I'm lying.
No, that's facts.
So the reality is this: we different from everybody else. We've been here for a very long time. Stop letting people tell you who you are. Trace your people back. Stop letting people tell you who you are and what you are. And they laugh, they make mockery, and they tell you you're not native. No, we not native. We indigenous. See, this is the thing. When the kids went to them schools, they went black, they came back white, right? And then the reality is this: you're gonna tell me that I cannot do A, B, C, and D. And you laugh, you make mockery. But the reality is this: my people always been here. You make mockery because you stole my birthright. You make mockery because you paid $5 to get here. You make mockery because you don't want me to get anything. Because I got kiss your ass money because I got a degree. But if I got fuck you money, nobody wants to deal with me because you can't deal with me because I'm not going to give you my business because I got fuck you money and I'm only going to deal with my people. Am I lying? Am I lying?
Yeah, right.
I'm not giving anybody no business but my people.
All right. What's up? What you got to say there, Vaughn?
Oh, it's true. You know,
All right.
like,
Mhm.
we ain't gotta. You know, I don't see any other race, you know, that kind of communicates non-verbally like that, but black people, you know. But I do think we need to come together more, you know.
All right. What'd you think about her? What she said about her DNA results for her and her twin sister?
Yeah, that was great. What you what company did you go through?
They went through, what is that, 23andMe or whatever?
Yeah, 23andMe.
And then we went through a second place as well, because I was like, what? Because at one time they used to give you like a map and all this other stuff, right? They don't give it now, but at the time they used to give a map and all of the other stuff. Let me tell you something. I'm the oldest, 4 minutes. And when she came back and her shit was different, I was like, is this shit for real? Right? We got a third sister, same father, same mother. Her shit was different. So she was from the Congo, and my sister was from somewhere else, and then I'm from here. Listen, which one is it? Because we identical. How am I from here? From the United States. My twin sister is from somewhere else, and my baby sister is from the Congo. What the fuck you mean? Are you saying that my sister, my twin sister, is not my father's daughter? Is that what you're saying? You said that my identical twin sister. All right, I'm gonna be petty. Listen, I was so much for two people, for one person, I had to split myself in two. And you telling me that I split myself in two and my damn sister is from a different place? She got a different damn daddy? Lies you tell. She looked more like my father than I do, and we twins. And then my baby sister looked like my father too. And so you telling me that all three of us is from a different place? Lies you tell.
Thanks for the follow, Icy Kitten.
And then we look alike. We act alike. Well, technically, C Keys, we don't really act alike. Because she petty. She's so goddamn petty. I don't know nobody else as petty as her. But you're telling me that she from the Congo. You're telling my other sister that she from somewhere else. What's not Congo, but what's the other place? I don't remember. But anyway, it's another one of these places that's real popular. And then my ass is from here. Which one are we from? Because we got the same mama and the same damn daddy. Which one we from?
So I'm about to wrap this live up, y'all. I'm about to hop off here. because I gotta get up in the morning. It was nice having y'all.
All right.